with us for your daily dose of hot tea only on Win Media 98.9.
Currently, there are rumors and falsified reports circulating.
Good morning, caller. Good morning, good morning, listeners, viewers, and the callers too. Welcome to Island Tea right here on Win Media SKN. It is Thursday, February 24th.
Indeed.
And you're here with your faves, Kevin and Azem. Whoop. So going on here. Oh, you just got refresh.
Yes.
Let's link up the chat, see what's going on, yeah? But yeah, you're here with your faves, Kevin and Azem featuring Jade, Gwen, Idita, CPL Johnson.
Yes.
And it is
Officially the start of World War III.
yeah?
Yeah.
Nah.
No? Okay.
Nah.
It is officially the start of World War III, as in the girls are fighting. The girls are fighting.
Meow.
This is more than a meow.
You think so?
Yeah, man. This is more than a meow, man.
I suspect. But I mean, I have my views on it. You wanna jump right into World War III?
I mean, listen, might as well.
Okay, so what's your view on what's happening? I mean, you wanna read the article first?
Yeah.
But before we even jump into that, how are you doing?
I'm great. A little congested, but you know, Tiger sometimes.
I got you.
How was your birthday?
It was awesome. Ate good food, which is
All you ask for.
all I ask for.
There you
Good
go.
food. There's outpouring of love, which I'm very grateful for.
As you should be.
Yeah.
So
And
the
like
cake.
I didn't really do cake.
The cake ain't for you. The cake is never for you,
Cake is no. Oh.
The cake is for the people
Look,
around you.
Jade, I am new to this celebrating the birthday thing. I'm learning, okay? I might not get everything right. I might not get everything right, Jade, but work with me, please.
All right. I'm going to get a chance this year.
All right.
Mommy, I know you're listening. Next year, make us a chocolate and red velvet cake.
Oh, Mommy's a baker.
See? I just know it, I just know it. I
Mommy's a
didn't even
baker.
know, but I just guessed.
Yeah, Mommy's a baker.
She looks like she knows how to.
She has spent many hours in the kitchen.
I believe you, because that's food from Christmas. Well, when Christmas come again, just after the issue.
Oh boy, but yeah, I think I was saying yesterday. For me, the main thing is just being grateful, man. Like, I mean, I don't make it a big thing, but I would have lost people throughout the last year. Close friends. I lost a family member just like 2 weeks ago. You know, so just grateful for life, really. You know, like.
Indeed.
Yeah, just grateful for life, man.
Best thing you can be at this point.
Yeah, and for the most part, in good health and strength, and really trying to keep it that way. Bye. I didn't drink no water yesterday, but I'm gonna make up for it today.
Yeah, man, that's okay. What did you drink yesterday? As if you don't drink alcohol.
No.
So, got a lot of juice.
I had some water, just not as much as I should have. I wasn't walking around with my huge bottle that I usually walk around with, so I dropped short on my goals.
I got you. Where, you don't have it today either.
No, but I already did my few glasses this morning. Bush tea, everything done sort out.
Okay, sounds good.
And how you doing, Jade? I'm going to say it to the world, Jade.
What?
I'm going to say it to the world, and I don't care who vex. I don't care who vex, but sometimes you just have to announce things and shout it from the mountaintops. I like you in the top.
Thank you.
And I can't be the only one. So if y'all don't want to come on board and tell Jade that she look good and she in her floral top with the what them shoulders in it? Whoosh. Oh my gosh. I had no idea. I love learning new things. I love learning new things. So the puffy shoulders are called whoosh?
Yeah, they're whooshed. So
Use that in a sentence.
I have whooshed shoulders on my shirt. Yes, whooshed. Like you see the.
Oh, so the shoulders are whooshed.
Yeah, you see what
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Okay. I love learning new things.
As you should, friend. As you should. But thank you.
And things good on your ends?
Yeah, man. Can't complain.
See, I know I wasn't the only one. I wasn't the only one.
Thank you, Digo.
Yeah. But no, people, we don't just do this in the morning just because it's something to kill time, eh? Yeah, really need to check up on your people, eh?
Yes.
Just make sure your people good.
That's all. Small message.
Like, and like, sincerely check and sincerely answer.
Indeed.
Especially, you know how mystic it feels sometimes. I go to meet someone, maybe for, to discuss something, project, ideas, whatever. And we just go straight to the business. And this is like, and yeah, nothing wrong, but I like to know that you're good. Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Before we talk about whatever plans we're doing to take over the world. let me just make sure that you're good first. You know what I mean?
At least, man. I can't vex with you for that.
Yeah, check up on your peoples. Give them a call. And I'm horrible with phones. I'm horrible with keeping in touch.
Me too.
Everyone knows that. But if I see you, I can sincerely ask if you're okay.
As you should.
Especially since I probably didn't talk to you in 6 months.
I know, right? So many things you've missed. The other day I saw a meme that said, as an adult, friendships require appointments. Like, once ago, like when you was younger, you could have just been like, man, I gotta check my friend. They probably want to do it. Yeah, now you got to be like, you're free today. You're gonna be free next week. Like we can link up next week. How about this date on the calendar? Good?
Yeah, you got to make things like who gonna hold Sandra?
Boy, they don't know. Let me tell you something about it now. The weeks I have Jaden, don't ask me to go nowhere.
Right. Right.
I'm unavailable.
Yeah, kids especially make it, and I feel it for women. 'Cause a lot of times they take on the main, you know,
Yeah.
like the main, you know,
Responsibility.
responsibility in terms of like just having the children with them.
That is true. I often wonder how women do it because my situation is different. Like,
Right.
I have my son every other week. Me and his dad share custody. So basically, I have him 2 weeks out of the month. His dad has him 2 weeks out of the month. And we alternate, and it works perfectly because he gets to spend time with my family. He gets to spend time with his dad's family. I get a break. His dad gets a break.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. But there are little women out there with multiple children who don't get no type of weekends to themselves, no type of holidays, no breaks, no nothing. They're just mommying every day.
That's where they're using the sauce at bush.
Yes. That is exactly why they use this sauce.
Okay. I mean, me accustomed to have this.
No.
Do you got?
I mean, we don't, but still, we understand a little bit.
Yeah, but seriously, it's and you need to find time. I'd be very happy when you come in here and tell me, oh, me and the girls had whatever y'all call it.
Wine table talk.
Wine table talk.
Yes.
Right, like that is necessary.
You better believe it.
What is the purpose of having a vibrate function on your phone if the vibrate is just as loud as your ringtone? Android
problems, huh?
No, but the phones now you could do the intensity. You could turn on the intensity.
I know. So why you don't turn on yours? You keep forgetting?
No, I just want to know when it vibrated.
Well. But anyway, Azam, let's talk about some things happening in and around the world. We're never going in against today because too much is happening.
But this is a gear by itself.
Boy, the world is imploding.
Yeah.
Anyway, before we even jump into that, let's give y'all your usual COVID reports.
On the time.
So, as of yesterday, Wednesday 23rd, 2022, we've confirmed 1 new case. But we've had 4 recoveries.
Okay.
Which brings our total to 17 active cases.
17?
Yes. Big up my friend who's listening. She just confirmed wine table talk is important.
Oh, you see there?
Yeah, man. Somebody activate. Is it me or the iPhone and the sound on the iPhone softer? Friend, I can't help you. I can't help you there because always look up.
Yeah, man, we are.
Yeah, let me just turn up the volume a bit over here.
Now you don't know nothing for the thing.
Yeah, I did yesterday when I did it.
For the what?
For the
stream?
Yeah, for the output because it was way lower than this yesterday. And I was like, we can't have that. No, I can't find it. Anyway. So, we're going to just leave it right there.
No, we talk close to the mic, that's all.
All right. So, yes, as somebody is saying on the live, prayers for Ukraine because... Hold on. I got you. Okay. So, Russia attacks Ukraine as defiant Putin warns U.S. NATO. May know where to put it like that, but okay.
Because they told them?
Well, Who? So, no, I can't read that there.
No, we won't read that part there.
This look like a spell.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I read the sentence, I'm going to conjure up something.
That is supposed to be the names of the people that wrote this, and we'll pass.
Yes, we will not butcher those names today. Mm-hmm. So, Russian troops launched a wide-ranging attack on Ukraine on Thursday, as President Vladimir Putin cast aside international condemnation and sanctions and warned other countries that any attempt to interfere would lead to consequences you have never seen.
That's not true, but okay.
Ukraine's leadership said at least 40 people have been killed so far in what it called a full-scale war, targeting the country from the east, north, and south. In response, NATO envoys agreed to beef up air, land, and air forces on the alliance's eastern flank near Ukraine and Russia. Ukrainian border guards released footage of what they said were Russian military vehicles moving in, and big explosions were heard in the capital, Kiev in the east and Odessa in the west. As the Russian military claimed to have wiped out Ukraine's entire air defense in a matter of hours, Ukrainians fled some cities and European authorities declared Ukrainian airspace an active conflict zone. World leaders decreed the start of a long-anticipated invasion with far-reaching consequences as global financial markets plunged and oil prices soared. So fun. Russia's actions could cause massive casualties, topple Ukraine's democratically elected government, and upend geopolitics and Europe's post-Cold War security balance. Governments from the US to Asia and Europe readied new sanctions after weeks of failed efforts for a diplomatic solution. But global powers have said they will not intervene militarily to defend Ukraine. Putin's I do what I got to do, you know, but I can do what I got to do, basically.
Hey,
Summary of the article.
I'm gonna be honest, right? I gotta give Putin some props though.
Oh, you think this man ain't about it, huh?
No. What I'm saying is, like, I'm not. Let me tell you, Jade, he's not about it like how people afraid and all the threats. Like I was saying the other day, Putin was already in Ukraine. Like he was already in Ukraine. He's been in Ukraine for years. Right? The whole Donetsk uprising, the annexing of Crimea. Like he's been in Ukraine like this whole time.
So busy. Like, why he like war so much?
And that is the whole. I think what's happening with Putin is that Putin does not want these Western European countries right at his border. That is one.
Clearly.
Two, bear in mind that the old Soviet Union, the capital was in Ukraine. It was in what's now Ukraine.
Yep.
There's a bunch of resources, the Black Sea, etc., etc.
So the man just basically going back for his things.
That I think there's a belief that, one, not only by Russians, that the Ukrainians are actually part of Russia, but also there's Ukrainians who believe that they're Russian. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so all of this couldn't be solved in a different way. Like, did we have to get to do
It had to get this way because Putin doesn't have real say over an independent country with democratically elected leaders.
And that's what he annoyed about?
Yes, because he believes that the country really isn't independent.
Okay, but you can't invade somebody based on your beliefs. I mean, he did.
No, but he's also going based on a historical context, right? So I think for him is like more he needs access to those resources, and he doesn't want these NATO countries, quote unquote, on his border. Right now he has a little buffer with Ukraine and a few other countries that were before part of the Soviet Union. So he had a little buffer. If Ukraine joins NATO, he got the buffer gone.
So instead of letting people live to join, he just gonna kill everybody.
The thing about it is
Right.
that he has this sort of support in these countries that that's what I'm saying. You got to big up Putin. Yeah. Putin decided that the parliament in Russia, right, decide that they're going to recognize these separatist areas of Russia as like independent nations.
Yep, I remember.
And then so they're coming in under peacekeeping missions.
Tell this man sick.
But they're only separatists. They're only now annexed because you helped to annex them.
Exactly. You only do all of this because you want to then be able to go in under the guise, as you said, as peacekeeping. So peace. This is not peace.
But this is
not how peace goes.
But this is the thing, Jade. Like, you have, like, and I don't claim to be some military expert or expert,
just like one.
or expert in like geopolitics, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the reason why I know this isn't World War III is because it just can't be. When I say can't be, like, yes, he can invade areas of Ukraine, but he doesn't have the military or the resources to be able to actually hold it. There's one thing to go in and bomb up a place and conquer it and so, yeah.
But you still got to... Yeah,
Exactly.
you're gonna have to fight to...
Case in point, we just see it happening. We just see it happen in thing with the Taliban. The US went in. Is one thing to go.
Afghanistan? Is Afghanistan?
Afghanistan is one thing to go into a country, and I have bigger military than y'all have here and thing. Is another thing to actually hold it and run it.
Yep, that is true. I just feel like this is a lot.
That's what I was saying the other day. My suspicion is that Putin makes these threats, and so when he actually acts in a less severe manner, it seems as a tempered response as opposed to, hey, I could have really just dropped some nukes here.
Listen, somebody said CARICOM needs to drink water and mind its business. Get your oil from TNT, Guyana, and Venezuela.
We done again now some down there, so.
Yeah.
Petro Carrier, big up his
God. How things looking on the other side of the world, boy.
No, but it gonna affect everybody.
Yeah,
the gas,
we know.
You see the announcement, gas is up to $15, $16 at some pumps.
Every time I think about the reasons y'all want me to drive, I think y'all want me to be in debt, you know.
Jade, it's ridiculous what's going on with the gas, man.
Gas gone up, insurance expensive, cars cost too much. When you have to bring them in, it's another cost.
No matter that boy, somebody play stupid and touch it.
Why you want me drive for? Yeah. To be poor? Roar? It's okay. It is okay. I'll just give my friends gas money. I could afford that. What you say? How much it be?
$15 a gallon right now.
So I could get like a 20 and we could get from where are you going to where you going?
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay, that's it.
Make work out something.
Small. I literally can't understand why y'all want me to be driving in this country when everything going up.
Right.
Food done expensive. Gas now going up. There's a war happening that will affect everybody. China watching Taiwan like, don't feel like get away, you know. You think China done watching like,
I think what's going on is that China understands that it could literally crush Taiwan anytime it really wants to. Mm-hmm. And it just... And this is the thing what people need to understand about China. China ain't got the kind of mentality like we have in the West.
No.
When China making plans and so, they're making plans for the next 3 generations, you know.
Facts. That is facts.
We can't even make plans good till the next election. China got 60-year plans.
We can't even make it to next year. Everybody on different pages. Everybody worrying. Listen, this is why I does encourage people to smoke weed, you know. If Putin used to smoke some of that weed from like, some good weed that come from like California and so, I think it'd be a lot calmer.
Silver surfer.
Something, man. Everybody seems so hype and tense.
Yeah.
Calm down, sit down, drink some water, relax, dial it back. This is so unnecessary.
We can't just have an exchange program where we bring all the Russians like to the Caribbean. Let's bring them to
No.
Jade, let me tell you what's going on. Let me tell you what's going on, Jade. They don't have a choice. They don't have a choice to be the way they are. They live on the ice.
That is why you don't want to bring them here.
That is why we need to bring them to show them, look, there's more to the world.
No.
There's more to the world than just eating potatoes and living on ice.
As we literally watched a video with a man yesterday in an underpant and a jacket.
Oh, blowing up a car?
With an arrow.
Yeah.
We don't want them type of problems down here.
The archery. Yeah.
We ain't equipped for that.
Let me look at them. They blow up like a back or something.
Yeah, I win. We don't. We want that type of excitement.
Well, then again, the last time them people came from over them cold countries to these regions, it didn't end well.
Exactly why I'm telling you, don't bring them over here.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry. I'm all for integration, free movement of people. Yeah. Not them there. Let them stay with them.
The last time they came out of the hills of Caucasoid and came down here. Came down on the beaches of the Caribbean. Yeah, it didn't really end well for you. You're right about that.
We want...
But...
We want that. We want them problems. We got enough down here dealing with the Caribbean.
But what you think really happened?
I don't know. That's the thing, Azem. I don't even know at this point because I didn't see it reaching here.
I saw it reaching here. But this is the thing for me. From the problem is everybody was minding their business. That's the problem, you know.
That what I say you're supposed to do?
Not when the man annexing a whole part of a country.
Because they didn't feel like it was gonna affect them. Now it seems like it's affecting everybody. They're like, oh shoot, we probably should have paid more attention. this man been saying some stuff. We really was like laughing it off, like, I mean
He
it.
wasn't saying nothing. He was doing things. That's the problem, you know. When I saw that the annex of Crimea was allowed to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Then this was just it was a trial run.
Sorry, I just read something that was funny.
It was a trial run, Jade. The man like, oh, what would happen if I just while they're over there worrying about Trump, if I just kind of take over part of this country here? Let me see what I would do.
What? Nothing happened?
They're too busy with their politics.
What? Okay, let me make plans for something else.
Okay.
Boy, listen. This one, it says U.S. State Department issues new alert reminding Americans in Ukraine that the U.S. will not be helping citizens evacuate.
Mm-hmm.
Know the location of your closest shelter or protected space in the event of mortar and a rocket fire. Follow the instructions from local authorities. The man say, y'all, what? Somebody out here loving your accent, boy.
Massive.
Welcome from Twitch.
Massive. I won't say the last part of your name, but thank you. But no, Jade, it ain't like they keep playing, and keep playing, and then this is what's gonna happen.
I literally watched this man tell them like, yeah, we could really do this thing, eh?
He knows he can't. Like he knows Russia isn't the place for no thing.
But the man, as I'm here, say it to say that he gonna win, you know. He literally said he know he ain't gonna win, you know. But he said me ain't gonna die alone.
Yeah.
Which is the scary part. Like he knows as
that's been China's model forever.
Yeah, but
Watch here. I remember when I remember reading about this interview with the guy who was he was not the prime minister, but the guy who was in charge of China back in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, and they were asking him about like nuclear war and stuff like that and thing. And the man literally said, the man was like, watch here. China don't care about nuclear war and them things. The man said, what do you mean y'all don't care about nuclear war? The man said, no, we don't care about nuclear war. This man said, look, 6 billion people on the planet. If you have nuclear war and 10 people survive, bet your life 6 of them is Chinese.
It's true.
That's what the man said.
Listen.
The man said, so if you want to go ahead and blow up the place, no problem here, we're going to take over when we're done.
Easy, so?
If anybody is left, it's going to be us.
Bye.
So China been on the energy long time. Like the man.
These world leaders nuts, you know? Like these world, I don't know what kind of energy they just wake up on, boy, but they are insane. You just get up on these big platforms knowing that you're running countries and say these things out loud for everybody to see.
Well, Jay, to me, you kind of you have to have a certain level of hubris.
Have to be.
To decide that you're running a country. Yeah.
Have to be.
And bear in mind, I'm going to say something now, and this isn't an indictment on any particular person in power right now, or in leadership position right now.
However,
I have a thing that I have been doing since I was maybe 10 or 11.
Mm-hmm.
Which is watching with a side eye anybody that I know has a desire to go into politics.
Why? Okay.
Because it's almost to me like I'm standing on the outside of a gang fight. And I'm saying there, yo, bye, I need to go duck and cover, man. Like, I don't want to get involved in that. And the person next to me goes, but whose side I must go and pan by?
This is why I don't like war, because I feel like war never affects the people who are in. It's everybody else,
Yeah, the common man.
Yeah, like minding your business. The leaders.
I think it's about 4 people already died. I think it's like 4 people already died since the invasion.
No, I think that's a 40.
40?
I think it's 40. I just read
already?
Yeah. It is never the people who...
None of them is Putin?
Nope.
None of them is president of Ukraine?
Nope.
What about Biden?
Nope.
Biden's still alive?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Alive and kicking. It is never the people who causing these wars, who sanctioning, who doing all of these things. Is the common man always dying. It's never like Putin. What we need to bring back?
If nobody had the soldiers, would there be war? I tell you that's one question, yeah.
But you know, we really need to bring back. You remember them Western days when they used to do this thing where the two people who beefing got a gun, they take some steps, they turn on and shoot? What you call that again?
Oh, when the duel would be the thing, but it's not a duel. You're talking about the Western.
Yes,
Yeah.
let's bring that back.
Mm.
And whoever decide, like if Putin and Biden beefing, y'all work it out.
Yeah, work it out 3 o'clock under the water tower.
Yeah, man. 10 steps forward, spin, shoot. Whoever make it, well.
That's a duel. But
'Cause-
the quick draw a little different by.
Yeah, because at this point, y'all just killing people who ain't even want to be involved. Like, I just minding my business on a Thursday night, eating my little, what does eat in Russia? And the Ukraine, wherever that does eat.
Strudel.
Yeah, eating my little strudel, and a mortar bomb just fall on me house. Like, how is that? How is that even making sense, man?
What I can't understand, too, right, is that why is it that the Western powers, right, want to be involved but then don't want to be involved? That's the thing. That's the thing that they're making it kind of weird for
What
me.
did I say?
On one end is like they go in and they having diplomatic conversations with Putin, trying to stop it. Putin all the time going, actually, I understand you. If these people do this thing, I invading.
Peacekeeping.
I look.
Like
I understand
peacekeeping.
what you're telling her. No, you think that's what you're telling them behind the closed
No,
doors?
bye. I think
Putin watch Macron and tell Macron, brother, if you know what's smart for you, right? You go back and tell Biden, the Queen,
Whoever
the Pope, all the eye over there, right? Tell them, man, what you. I said, do things, man, yeah.
But cool, yeah. I really want this beef with you, yeah.
I said, do things, man,
The man
G.
come out live and tell them watch here and no man gonna listen.
That's why I keep telling people, I say, if you think Putin shows that bravado and male machismo and thing when he does these live press conferences, what you think Putin doing when he sit down with a man like Macron? You see how Macron look like he never even tie shoestring, like he got people to tie his own shoestring for
I
him.
could tell you Putin bullying that there straight, probably sending him out some weird stickers and stuff. What's up in about Bob stickers and stuff just randomly on a Tuesday night?
But yeah, Macron phone gone off 3 o'clock on a Tuesday. Message from Putin. When he open it,
Abam.
it is a bomb.
Man, what laugh, but what else we could do, man? Like, what else in a situation like this? What else we could do but laugh? Because what is happening?
Hey, listen to this caller got to say. Good morning, caller. You're live on Island T. What's up?
Good morning, folks.
Morning.
This war, I think, was kind of predictable and inevitable. That's how dictators operate, and that is why we should always guard our democracy. Putin is virtually president for life by manipulating his country's political system. They're supposed to be democratic, you know. Putin was elected, okay? And it just goes to show how very easy it is to slide for a democracy, to slide into a dictatorship. But he has manipulated the system so that he can't be challenged. And while the move by Russia is understandably in a sense in that it feels threatened by the West expansion to the east, right? As you said, don't want nobody on his borders who can be considered enemies. But the rest of the world can't allow this to stand, because if this is a new world order where might is right, we small countries down here will be eaten up. You know, we can sit here and say, well, this don't matter to us, but we just can't allow this to stand. Already, we are eclipsed by our neighbors to the north, who regard us as its sphere of influence, so to speak, and we basically have to toe whatever line they choose for us. Okay? I think Jade asks if war could not have been avoided, if there wasn't a better way out. And in a sense, yes, They see, because Russia wanted to talk. They wanted to solve this diplomatically, but by saying that Ukraine would never, ever be part of NATO, right? And Ukraine was saying, basically, we're a sovereign nation. You can't tell us who our friends should be or who we should form alliances with. But look at the result now. And one may argue, is 40-plus deaths worth coming to the conclusion that they have done, all right, where Russia eventually invaded. Okay, it would be good, as you suggested, that like in the olden days where the kings and so on used to lead their soldiers into battle. So they probably will be the first to take hit, and they're the big target. Okay, they probably be less inclined to solve the differences by war. But that is not how it works right now. Okay, and worse still, war now seems to be so high-tech that you can target exactly what you want. Okay, you can be as destructive as you want, and less people get injured. And so it becomes an easy way to get what you want, right? And you mentioned China and Taiwan, for instance. Okay, that is why it's important that this don't stand. And that is why I don't like militaries, right? I hate being told what to do without question. I must take everything, all the orders from the top, whether I believe in it or not. Okay? And it's interesting that armies only exist because armies exist elsewhere, It's about the only organization I know that justifies its existence by the existence of itself, And so, it's unfortunate that it has come to this, but the West couldn't do anything. They were not prepared. They obviously weren't prepared to go to war with Russia over Ukraine. They don't regard it as important enough, so they sacrifice that. But the implications for apart from the gas prices and that kind of thing, the implications for us is we should not allow, well, I shouldn't say allow, but should not condone these sorts of actions, because it may have implications for us, small nations down here as well. Okay, then.
All right. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Jay. Like I said, they can't just cool, and that's where I was going into just before they call a call. The truth is, that's the thing about before we went on the tangent, but when the Western countries started basically inserting themselves into the conversation, meaning Biden, threatening sanctions, Germany doing the same, the French Prime Minister going over to have discussions with ruled by Putin. And then now basically Putin called their bluff. Is like, okay, we'll do some sanctions, which the truth is the sanctions usually take a while to see real impact.
Yeah,
right?
the man was talking to Meg, and next thing what happened, they talk about, man, we're going to see a little sanction.
By the way, we're not going to help anybody evacuate. We're not really sending any troops. We're not doing anything. And
where was all this energy that y'all was having all the time when they started? January?
Pretty much.
Where was all that energy y'all had? Y'all come up big, yeah, but we're going to defend the thing. I
like how China just was telling Putin, we're not going to invade, but it's cool until the Winter Olympics don't start.
Man. let me get over some things, and then you could do your thing.
Right, but yeah, I mean, the truth is, like, you're going to put up now, or you're going to shut up?
Well, you see them shutting up, innit?
Yeah, because the truth is, wine it first. You understand? Wine it first. That's really why it come down to you. Yeah,
all the world leaders say now, we're going to have a whole lot of lives lost and all of these things, but y'all ain't really doing it to stop it. Y'all just talking about sanctions. What sanctions supposed to do when people out here dying?
No, but
a sanction gonna catch one of these mortar bombs, though?
But Putin don't care about the sanctions.
Exactly. That is why I'm saying, what is these sanctions supposed to do when Ukraine and Russia literally beefing? This ain't a regular beef, you know?
Like Germany stopped the approval of the new pipeline in the North too, right? America did. America basically like froze out two Russian banks.
Oh.
And they also froze assets in US jurisdictions. So, I mean, they took a financial route in terms of trying to dissuade Russian aggression. But my thing is, when you're dealing with people, you have to understand the mentality of people. Russians cut from a different cloth now.
Yep. Who this is? Who is
The Russians like Putin. Yeah, you stop there. Like, people talk about Putin this and Putin that, but Russians. I have spoken to a lot of Russians who, as much as they would tell you, they don't like Putin's policies and some of the things that he does. They will tell you straight up they like him as a person. Yeah.
You know what the president of the Ukraine
they're
is doing?
They're like strong men, and they've had a history. They've had a history of having these types of what they would call strongmen leaders. But I mean, we know what they be. Gangsters.
Yep. You know what the president of the Ukraine doing? Tweeting.
He tweeting right now?
Yeah.
What are you tweeting and saying?
The man said, we have severed diplomatic relations with Russia. For all of those who have not yet lost their conscience in Russia, it is time to go out and protest against the war with Ukraine. You go out and protest. We're sending the people them to do. You go out on the front line, lead by example.
No, I don't believe that in this case. I don't agree with that. You know what I mean? Tell you why? Cause he's just a pawn. Like he ain't trouble nobody. Yeah? The Ukrainian president ain't trouble nobody. It's just Russia decide. We ain't want you do this.
And
the
that's
man ain't do nothing. The man ain't do
you're
nothing.
talking about it is time to go out and protest.
No,
you go out and protest as well.
But
That's what I mean.
I think that's what I've been doing.
No. He
Personally?
don't tell people to do it. You go out and lead by example. You go on the front line.
No, that's a bad move, Jade.
But the regular man supposed to go do it?
I mean, he talking about other countries. Yeah, talking about other countries. But the thing for me is that, like, I feel it for him. Because the man he literally is drinking water, minding his business. And then all of a sudden, it's like, okay, the man done already had to give up, like, certain regions of the country. Right? The man already give up certain regions here. So, you know, the man they're thinking.
Oh, family man, man.
The man say, what else you want? What else you want?
Hard man, have a heart, man.
What else you So the man they say, no, the man they're thinking, what else you want from me?
Sorry.
Good morning, caller 11 Island T. What's up? Okay, we lost a caller. Let's see what's happening over here. Good morning, caller 11 Island T.
Hey, good morning, folks. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great, man. How are you?
Quite interesting. So far, so good. But you see, when you strike a man, you don't know what is going to come after, you know. So the position now, we know what the West was saying. We know what the NATO troops was talking about and what they were thinking about and how they were looking at it with the sanction and so on. But we know put on position, but we don't know what's coming after. It may look like they're not going to do anything. When it comes to war, you have to plan and prepare your strategy, how you're going to move forward, how you're going to get in and how you're going to get out. You may not do anything. You may do. But in the eventuality, the person who have acted before you don't know what you're coming with.
You mean, you're suggesting that we don't know exactly what the West's response is going to be?
Well, we don't know. Nobody know yet.
I mean, they have been saying that they're not sending troops.
Well, that's what they're saying. But you have a lot of ways where you could do, like the caller said before. You have a lot of ways now where you fight wars differently. So we don't know. We don't know what the plans are. But I feel like to myself, I feel like Russia will feel some kind of a strike. What kind of strike they're gonna get? Might be a nuke. We don't know, but we're gonna see. I think something's gonna happen because they have to act. They have to act because if they don't, there will be more of this.
They don't have to act, you know. You want me to tell you what I suspect will happen?
Listening.
I suspect what will happen. All Putin wants Putin he doesn't want to lose his influence in the countries surrounding his border, especially those countries that have had relations with Russia due to the alliance of the Soviet Union, right? So I suspect what will happen is Russia also knows that they can't hold the country. They're not going to be able to hold the country. So what happens is what Putin wants is something to say, but we ain't joining NATO. And I think when Ukraine recognizes that they're not getting the kind of support it needs, because they're really just going to be collateral damage. Because the country ain't going to mash up. The country ain't going to mash up. The West going to continue doing what they're doing, and then Ukraine going to just be basically a casualty of war, literally. So I think
he don't say that.
But don't rule out a strike from NATO. Don't rule it out.
A strike from NATO, you mean?
And it will be a massive strike with the kind of build-up that they put in place. Something about to happen.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
And I don't think it will be boots on the ground. So if they're looking for that, I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay.
But we'll see. Let's prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
Yeah, man, definitely. Are we doing that?
Have a good day, folks.
Yeah, man.
Somebody else said pointless sanctions as Hitler 2.0 invades a sovereign country. The United Nations was formed specifically to prevent another world war. However, when it comes to matters of war and peace, the UN has simply become another talk shop. How do you feel about that one? One spicy.
No, that's been the claim for years now. And like I keep saying, people just get vexed with me when I say it, but I keep asking, why is there even a NATO? NATO was put in place to combat the Soviet Union. There's no longer a Soviet Union. What needed to happen was all this thing was happening now where Ukraine trying to join NATO and bam, bam, bam. No. After the fall of the Soviet Union, all of these new now sovereign countries needed to come together and decide exactly what direction they're going. My suspicion is that even after the bad blood between the West and the former Soviet Union, some of these countries would have decided to think that was the time they needed to do it. Not when Russia had these latter years to build up the military, to build up the economy, to build up all these things. They needed to rope in all them countries there a long time.
Yeah,
including, and offer it to Russia too. Even if they decide not to join, offer it to Russia too, because at that point they don't have no leverage. We just don't beat you up.
Now Putin out here flexing, and y'all know what to do.
Putin, actually, I think Russia planning for this long time.
Long time.
Because remember, the thing what people don't understand, they see these lands as their lands. They see these resources as their resources.
Typical white people, boy.
Yeah. And the thing
One
is,
thing y'all does do is stick to your plans, boy.
And we draw these arbitrary lines on the dirt, and then say, oh, well, this from here to here is here, and from here to here is here, and this is who control here, and he's who decide what the people who live here are supposed to do. And we do all this all the time. And then we don't recognize that, but sometimes we draw the line, some people ain't really like it.
Not at all.
Some people ain't really like where you draw the line.
But boy, anyway, we're gonna continue to follow this development. We'll probably talk to Darren and them about it tomorrow, because I suspect things will develop over today.
Because I think it's trying to invade
we ain't trying to do nothing but live, okay? And survive COVID. We already got things over here dealing with.
What defense force really to be doing by?
We die what we for. Where's the send the defense force over Ukraine?
No, that'll be a disaster.
Terrible. That'll
be a disaster.
Yeah, leave us out of this. Anyway, something important that I found yesterday, and I think everybody needs to know about it, especially people with babies. Wholesalers and consumers advised of potentially contaminated Similac infant formula in SKN. Chief Medical Officer Dr. Hazel Laws has issued a public service announcement on the possibility of contaminated Similac infant formula.
When she announced that, though?
Me sure, but maybe we can find a date in here.
I heard about this about 2 weeks ago,
For sure? Abbott Laboratories, the U.S. manufacturer of the Similac infant formula, announced last week that it recalls some of its products manufactured in the Sturgis, Michigan site. The powder infant formula products were recalled because of possible microbial contamination. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, announced an investigation of 4 consumer complaints of bacterial infections, namely Corynebacter, Sakazaki, and Salmonella Newport infections. The FDA also advised people to discard the formulas in the first 2 digits of the code. The FDA advised people to discard the formulas if the first 2 digits of the code are 22 to 37. The code on the container contains K8, SH, or Z2, and the expiration date is 4/1/22, April 2022, or later. According to the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, Corynebacter usually causes sepsis or severe meningitis in infants 12 months old or younger. Some infants may experience seizures. Salmonella Newport severely affects children younger than 5 years of age, adults 65 years and older, and people with a weakened immune system. Most infected with salmonella develop diarrhea, fever, and stomach cramps for 6 hours up to 6 days after being exposed to bacteria. Dr. Laws advised the following. Wholesalers and retailers should check the labels of the Similac infant formula and remove the impacted products from the shelves. Consumers should check all Similac infant formula in their possession to identify if you have a product affected by the recall. Check the number on the bottom of the container. The impacted batch numbers can be found on page 2 of this release.
Okay, hold on, because I don't know if they went into this, but this is what I had ended up doing, and had people had sent it out to some friends of mine. There's actually a website, right? The website is, of course, similacrecall.com. Naturally. Similacrecall.com, guys. All you have to do, just follow the instructions on the website. On the bottom of the formula, the pan, is where you would find the lot numbers. Just turn it over, you'll have the numbers, and there is actually a thing where you could just type in the number, and it will tell you if your thing is affected or not.
Yeah. So Win also has all the batch numbers listed as well. So so we go to Win Media SKN as well, and you could also check. You could cross-reference the numbers on the article with the one on your pan. And it's a couple well, yeah. Well. That's why you just go and just type in number and see if it does that. Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, guys, be safe. Protect the babies. Yeah. Protect the babies. Please. That they've been the team this week, eh? Protect the kids. That been the team this week. Like we've been on kids all week. Yeah, because they're most vulnerable out here. Yeah, indeed. Why imagine all the kids in the Ukraine and Russia, boy. Jade, I can't imagine growing up in war, Jade, there are a lot of children across the world that all they have known is war, I know. Some of these wars going on for 4, 5, 10, 12, 20 years now. Listen, there's war all across the world. If you really stop and look at all the places that have war, right? It's crazy. We're beefing over skin color. We're beefing over religion. We're beefing over money. We're beefing over vaccine. We're beefing over land. We're beefing over language and all. Y'all ain't tired. Because I tired. Y'all ain't tired. Good morning, caller 11 LNT. What's up?
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
And I belated happy birthday. I did not get to call and wish you happy birthday yesterday.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, protect the babies, but not just the babies. A warning to all those who like to eat the leftover Chinese food, because in that same septus, I was watching a story where a college student had his leftover Chinese noodle and he put it in the fridge, and the next morning he eat it, and in no time his whole body started to rot, lose his foot and fingers because of eating that leftover food. So be careful with your leftovers also, people. Something is going on, something in the water. Lord help us all. Have a
Indeed.
blessed day.
All right, take care. Watch here, right? I ain't gonna tell no lie. There's been once or twice where I ignored the warning signs that my nose were giving me, and it worked out for my favor. It worked out in my favor.
Not me, I don't ignore that, boy.
But the guys, but the guys are gonna tell you something. Listen to our nose.
You're better.
Listen to our nose. Don't be like, I just bite yesterday.
I could heat out this.
Heat it up, man.
Man, ain't gonna kill me. Ain't that bad.
Left
Hello?
the food alone.
Yeah,
Take a
that's
fast, go on your knees and pray.
Please,
You understand?
Listen,
No go eat the...
as sweet as it might be, sometimes they make sense, okay? Just take the L. Take the L.
Some others eat the food and then go pray after. No, the Bible says
Alright.
fast and pray.
Even Tim must have fast and pray.
Even Timo say fast and Hey, we horrible in this country. We horrible in this country, man. Okay, that the SK, man.
Oh, hello. SK is doing fine right now.
You realize the uncles them beefing smartly? The uncles them beefing
smartly.
smartly.
Maybe smartly.
They're beefing smartly
Because
because...
smartly thing.
No, I like how the uncles beefing. I can tell you something, right?
Until our election next year, you know.
I can tell you something. I would have preferred, right, if the People's Action Movement didn't feel the need to talk to the PLP, specifically the Prime Minister, through these public forums, right?
It's so strange. Y'all don't have each other's
But I can
numbers?
tell you something. If they feel that it's necessary to do so, I like how they're doing it. Watch it. Hey, and the thing is, when Sharma was answering the question in the press conference, right? At the end of the press conference, you could tell it's like, one, he was very careful with his words, right? He also wasn't too vague. You could, he obviously practiced it in the mirror.
You know.
You believe Sean was practicing that in the mirror? Maybe, you know.
Maybe. Because sometimes, my friend, but sometimes,
We're going to hear about him, yeah?
is you going to hear about him? Is you house he living in, you know?
Boy, belly strong.
Well, you can't get in the back home, is he fault?
Okay.
But yeah, sometimes, like, I've seen times when he's answered questions and you could tell he's like, but to them ain't really messing with him, you know? I just, listen, I deal with that. Like, he's not afraid to throw the blame where it needs to go. Don't ask him a question that ain't got nothing to do with him, you know?
Look, my understanding, right, from what I was getting from the press conference, remember we was talking about it, right? My understanding, remember we were trying to figure out what that press conference was about.
Yep.
That press conference was, for me, both a statement of the position of the People's Action Party, the expectations of the People's Action Movement, and a warning from the People's Action Movement to the PLP.
I tell you that when
I just love, from the time I hear them announce the keeping the promise thing, right? I say, oh, here we go.
I tell you so as them, they're running in all seats. They don't start.
They're not going to do it, man.
Okay.
Then they're not going to do it if. Let me say if.
Okay, friend.
Let me ask you a question. You believe either of them the two parties could win without the other? As much as you're
You
looking...
mean if PLP could win without PAM?
Yeah,
No.
and PAM could win without PLP.
Maybe. Because PLP has less candidates.
No, but that don't mean they can't just... But that's... That mean they can't... Maybe they don't find them from...
Two and no.
But look, Jay, there's people in all these constituencies that are well respected.
So you feel like they could farm something and win.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, no, let me not say sure. I'm just saying that I'm saying they could field candidates.
Okay.
To be honest, I think both need each other.
Well, I guess
think
that's
both
why
need
they're
each other.
still telling people and assuring people that, yeah, this is still happening. We still have the
No, I don't think that's what I was doing, you know. I don't think that was the main point of the thing. I think the main point of the thing was telling the PLP that, hey, We got some expectations of y'all. I better do what I say I'm going to do.
Oh, okay.
Y'all better keep your promise.
Holding the feet to the fire.
Yeah, it was interesting. Look, I was cracking up the whole time.
For sure.
Yeah, I was cracking up the whole time watching that. As a matter,
people have press conference to laugh by. Okay, that.
yeah, because I like how it was done. Like, as a matter of fact, the funniest part of the entire press conference was Grant's response to the question regarding
the. Ask me lawyer.
Man say, yo, I make a statement when the thing done. Yo, check me lawyer. What going on?
Man, I asked me over. I don't answer this question about 20 times.
And the funny thing is, they go check the lawyer for you.
That's what. A matter of fact, that's when we have an interview coming up next. But after the interview, we'll actually
talk to them who talk to the lawyer. Talk about them who talk to the lawyer.
Yeah, we'll read some statements.
No, we got Grant one time.
I the man to listen. I don't know why I keep asking me this stupid question.
The funny thing is, right? Jade, it ain't just what you say. I don't know. I don't watch things. Maybe I don't watch things different. If you see this swag when the man walk off from the mic, right?
I watch it. I said, Grant fed up. This is a man that is fed up of y'all.
I didn't even get that.
And your questions. Oh, I get that though. The man fed up of being asked the same question over and over and over.
I didn't get that. What I got from the walk off was, you really that young? Catch me that jokey question there?
But I asked me lawyer, see? Think me paying him for something?
Yo,
what do you think I got lawyers for?
The uncles
doing it.
The uncles doing it. But hey, even families have little falling outs.
I mean, you know. Of course.
Yeah, but I like how Sean do thing. And the thing is, he ain't leave nothing up to you know, misinterpretation and thing. Say straight. Like, my understanding, I ain't saying this is what he say. But my understanding is, look, there's a certain understanding. Person said they're gonna do certain things, namely, I'm gonna take 2 terms, guys. After that, I'm gonna ease off.
You don't hear Sean for Prime Minister.
Right?
Sean for Prime Minister. The man don't say it. Everybody don't say it. Anyway, we have to jump into, as I said, a nice little conversation with our friends from Digicel.
Boom bam.
So we'll take a very quick break and be right back with more ILNT right here with Media SKN. Stay tuned.
Maybe it's the way the brilliant gold liquid reflects our sunshine, or how the bright blue of its label mirrors the clear Caribbean skies overhead. Maybe it's the fresh, crisp taste of this beastly cold beer on a scorching hot day. Maybe it's even the way it brings us all together. But one thing is for sure, Carib is very much a part of who we are wherever we're from in the Caribbean. Carib. It's the way we play. Drink responsibly.
Supermarket shoppers understand that convenience matters. At Hortsport's Value Mart IGA, we know that price matters most. Ample parking and the widest variety matter. At Hortsport's Value Mart IGA, we know that price matters most. Clean, spacious aisles and the highest level of customer service all matter. At Hortsport's Value Mart IGA, price matters most. We've renewed our commitment to guarantee the lowest prices in the Federation. Why? Because we understand that in this tough economic environment, price matters most. Shop smart. Shop Value Mart, where price matters most. Farms Estate Nevis and Wellington Road, St. Kitts.
Price matters most.
Hey guys, welcome back to Island Tea right here on Win Media SKN with your faves Kevin and Azim featuring Jade, Gwen, Edita, CPL Matter, Stuart Johnson, and Jade, as Jade said before we went on the break, we're actually being joined by a very special lady here in the studio with us this morning from Digicel. Good morning, how are you doing?
Good morning, I'm good, thank you.
I want to make sure everybody can hear you. Good? because I know you have some important information for us regarding promotion that Digicel is happening. But before we even get into that, please introduce yourself to the listeners and the viewers.
Good morning. I'm Ashmar from the marketing team at Digicel.
Awesome. Jade,
Yes,
are you also part of the marketing team at Digicel?
not in that capacity.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm a lonely old ambassador.
Oh,
Yeah.
but Ashma, thank you for joining us today. And I know you guys have some stuff happening. So let us know what's happening with Digicel.
So, of course, I'm here because, something exciting is happening in Digicel. We're about to launch this amazing campaign. We know everybody could use some extra cash. And, once you're with Digicel, you're on the winning team. So if you don't have the My Digicel app, I suggest you download that right now. And if you haven't activated a Prime Plus bundle, I suggest you go ahead and download that from the Play Store. You can activate that, in the My Digicel app, because starting tomorrow, we're launching our Prime Jackpot campaign, where our customers have a chance to win $50,000 cash.
Wait.
Yes.
When you say customers, right?
Wait. Sometimes my ears don't work as they should.
Yes.
What you said, customers have the chance to win again?
Yes, so our Digicel customers have the chance to win $50,000 cash in our Prime Jackpot campaign.
I heard right.
Yes, that's exactly it. We know we could use a little extra money, right, Jade? I'm sure you could do a little extra,
I was just
traveling.
about to ask, do I qualify?
Oh, no, sweetie, you're an ambassador. You don't qualify, I don't qualify.
Darn.
But of course, we know that our customers, people could use some extra cash. So, and of course, there's more. Plus, we have weekly giveaways where you could win a $1,000 shopping spree, $1,000 cash, 1 year free mobile service, 6 month free postpaid service, and a 10.2 iPad. So these are the prizes that you could win on a weekly basis. And our grand prize is a $50,000 cash. The campaign starts tomorrow. So from tomorrow, we'll be launching on our radio ads. You'll be hearing more about it on social. We'll be really hyping up this campaign to get our customers excited. I mean, who couldn't use some extra cash right now, right?
I don't know if that person exists.
Exactly. And all you have to do is ensure that you have the My Digicel app. So you can download that in the Play Store. And of course, you can activate a Prime Plus bundle. And you might be asking, what is the hype about a Prime Plus bundle? So with a Prime Plus bundle, you can get unlimited local calls and SMS. And some of us love YouTube and TikTok. I mean, the me who like the TikTok and can never get the dances right, but I absolutely love it. So you get additional data for all of our digital suite of apps, plus additional data for YouTube and TikTok with a Prime Plus bundle. And you can activate that in the My Digicel app. You go to the Plans tab, and you can select a Prime Plus bundle. So there's a 3-day, 7-day, 14-day, and 30-day Prime Plus bundle. Once you activate a Prime Plus bundle, you get raffle tickets where you're able to accumulate that will allow you to qualify to win our $50,000 cash prize.
As you may hear that.
Jade,
you're
I'm literally downloading the app.
I know. I can see. Get on it, friend. Because if you win, I win, eh?
Yeah, of course.
And Jade, of course, you could share some with me. I don't qualify, but yeah.
I know. We're gonna figure it out.
But yes, so we're launching this campaign tomorrow. So I'm here to just give you the 411, go ahead and download the app and activate your Prime Plus bundle for when we start the campaign. We have amazing weekly prizes as part of the campaign where we select one winner randomly who would have activated a Prime Plus bundle where they get a chance to win some of our amazing prizes. And if you want to hear those prizes again, that's a $1,000 shopping spree,
nice,
$1,000 cash,
amazing,
an iPad,
great,
1 year free mobile service,
wow,
and 6 months free postpaid service.
Need it.
Digicel is coming out swinging this year, man. We're only in February, and look at all of these good things happening over there.
That's right. Yeah. We're ending the quarter with a bang, and that campaign starts tomorrow. And it ends on April 8th, where we'll select a winner. This is a regional campaign by the West Indies cluster. But of course, it's exciting. Like I said, with Digicel, you're always a winner. Our customers always win, especially for our Shake to Win on a Saturday. That will be part of the campaign, where you could shake to win Prime Cash, Every Saturday, you get to win cash once you shake in the My Digicel app. You're guaranteed to win a prize, whether it's additional data, international minutes, or collateral prizes that are always in there. So again, make sure you have the My Digicel app downloaded and you activate a Prime Plus bundle to qualify to enter in our Prime Jackpot regional campaign.
Jade, you see how easy it is to enter? Me ain't got to pop show myself. Me ain't got to dance.
You ain't got to no, friend. You just got to literally go on the My Digicel app, download it from the Play Store,
and activate
a Prime Plus bundle.
Prime Plus bundle.
And you win something. And even if you don't, you shake on a Saturday, you win something there.
Yes, and even when you activate your plan, you qualify still to win a weekly, one of our weekly prizes.
So no matter what you do, you're going to win with Digicel.
You're a winner.
Y'all jump, listen.
Let me activate the thing now.
Head over if y'all answer Digicel.
Oh, but it start from tomorrow. Wait till tomorrow come.
No, it's okay. I mean, make sure you got the app.
Yeah.
Just make sure you got the app.
Yes, make sure you have the app.
Yeah, if you're not with Digicel, what are you waiting for? Come over to the winning side.
And how long does this promotion run for?
So it starts tomorrow and it ends on April 8th. But every week during the campaign, we will have a weekly winner where we'll announce on social, on radio to get our customers, hyped. People like to see people winning. So as part of the campaign, our weekly prizes will be given to our customers who activate Prime Plus bundles all through.
Awesome.
Love to see it.
Well, Jade, I'm sure half the listeners right now on some other app. I don't know. Y'all could do 2 apps at a time on your iPhones.
No, friend.
Okay, well, the people right now on the Androids definitely watching Island T, listening about Digicel and downloading the app.
As they should. As they better. That's the only way for you to win.
Of course. And of course, during the campaign, I'll be back here again to give you, more details about the campaign, announce maybe winners, to get, our customers really hyped. But of course, like I said, $50,000 would come very much in handy right now.
I would literally cry.
Or any of the weekly prizes would do just fine for me.
You understand?
So go ahead, if you're listening, download the My Digicel app and activate your Prime Plus bundle to qualify into our Prime Jackpot campaign.
Yes. And so where can people find you guys if they are having any issues with anything Digicel? Where can they find you?
Of course, if you're having any issues downloading the app or if you're having any issues activating your Prime Plus bundle in the app, you can visit us at our retail store on 4th Street or the retail store in Charlestown, Nevis, and our customer care will be happy to assist you. Or you could visit us at our corporate office at the Koi building on Airport Road. And we'll be happy to assist you if you have any concerns, any questions. Of course, you can always reach me on BIP at 763-2476 if you have any questions with regards to the campaign or your activation. We are able to assist you.
Awesome.
Love to see it. So guys, again, join the winning team. Get on to Digicel. You have so many prizes to win, so many ways to win. And who doesn't love money? Who doesn't love free credit? Who doesn't love...
Jade, even if I ain't win nothing, I just like winning.
Who doesn't love exactly? Who doesn't like to win?
Indeed.
Love it. Love it. So, Ashma, is there anything else you need to tell us before we lock this off?
Basically, this is what I wanted to let our customers know. Our campaign is about to launch tomorrow. Stay tuned to our social media pages to get more information. We'll be back here on the radio. Listen to our radio ads. We will be announcing the winners every week. We'll try to do that on social to get our customers to see who are the persons winning. Like I said, any questions, you can always contact me on BIP at 763-2476, and we'll be happy to assist you. We know we're going to get a lot of calls today and a lot of customers asking, so how do I activate a plan? So where do I go? Of course, you can visit us at our retail stores on 4th Street, Nevis, 4th Street here in St. Kitts, or in Charlestown, Nevis, and our customer care will be happy to assist you.
Awesome, Ashma. It's been a real pleasure hanging out with you, and we look forward to you coming back and letting us know about how the campaign is going.
Great. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Sure. Appreciate it big time.
Yes. So, guys, there you have it. Make sure you download the My Digicel app. Make sure you enter. You have to play to win. You can't just win just so. Like, you can't wish it.
Jade, I'm telling you, ain't like to say I have to publish on myself. You have to win that.
I'd say it's very easy. It's very simple. Very simple. I will look out to see all the winners, especially that 50,000. Hope it's somebody for me. Maybe that small thing.
I know right now we're not asking you to do a TikTok video, you know, if you're like me and you can watch the video 10 times but don't get the dance right.
Exactly.
We're just asking you to activate a Prime Plus bundle in the My Digicel app. Simple.
Simple.
I love it. So, guys, make sure you follow Digicel. Look out for all of their great things happening. Follow the pages. Follow Digicel on Facebook and Instagram. And just keep up to date with all the good things happening over there.
Yeah.
Yes, but guys, we'll take a very short break and be right back with more Island Tea right here with Media SKN. Stick and stay.
Has got a new skin with real juice within. Drink the real Fruta. Enjoy the real joy.
Taste the real Fruta. Enjoy the real Fruta. Refreshing juice of every day is Fruta.
Fruta, juiced right.
Hey guys, welcome back to Island Tea right here on Win Media SKN.
Indeed.
With your faves and Jade.
Ma'am.
What?
Been a favor?
No, but Jade, you know you're special. You get special love all the time.
I'm just with your faves and Jade. Like, yeah, she here too.
Because you're being featured.
Yikes. Yeah,
Hey guys, give Jade some love. You guys on the live, give Jade some love so she knows that she's favorited.
It's okay, I know it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
This tweet, this Facebook post is funny. It says, I believe SKN should send the whole of the police force up to Ukraine to take off some tint to see if that would stop the war. Think that would help? You think that would help?
I don't think it will. The sad part is I believe the police force may be up for it.
I don't know if you could remove tint off a nuke. I mean, you know.
Off a tank?
Off a tank.
That
has got tint? Tanks that got tint?
I mean, we could send the police here to check. I bet they'll be happy to do so.
They're going to find out there, you know. If one thing we take is police going to get to the bottom of it, some tint.
Some tint, bye.
Anyway.
So we were talking about this before we went to the break. And like we said, somebody actually took up the minister and his advice and spoke to the minister and spoke to his lawyer.
Listen, it's one thing what FM going to do.
It's follow up.
It's follow up. You better believe it.
So on Win Media SKN, there is an article that is headlined, Dr. Henry Brown stands ready to defend Minister Lindsey Grant. Minister of Tourism, the Honorable Lindsey Grant, has sought legal representation on the matter involving him and police officers, which occurred at the Last Lap Bar on January 8th, 2022. Speaking at a press conference hosted by the People's Action Movement on Tuesday, February 22nd, Minister Grant confirmed this action in response to a question from the media. I issued a statement about the incident of January 8th, soon after the occurrence. You are aware that the matter is a live matter, hence, any question and advice should be directed to my lawyer, Dr. Henry Brown, said Minister Grant. Of course, Win FM contacted Dr. Henry Brown for comment on the matter. Has Minister Grant been charged, and if so, what are the charges? Dr. Brown said, I am Mr. Grant's lawyer. I am ready and prepared to defend Mr. Grant if needs be.
Think this is a game? I think this is a game. Do you think this is a game?
But any question I ask him.
I know that.
Minister Grant issued a statement following the release of videos. Oh, hold on.
Don't lecture that again.
A viral video released in early January showed Minister Grant involved in a verbal altercation with police officers.
We know.
Right.
So basically, the lawyer said,
hold on. He did say something else as well. He did say that he encourages the police to gather all evidence and to investigate the full context of the matter.
Okay.
I think what was funny about this, right? I was watching the live, and as soon as he made the statement, the first comment after that was, so he went to a labor lawyer, got to represent him. I was like, what is happening in
There's a labor lawyer? There's a labor lawyer?
Apparently.
Oh, I thought lawyers just defend people who hire them. I didn't know you have to defend based on
Jade,
your affiliation.
everything in St. Kitts revolves around politics.
And that is the problem. That's right there, friend, is the biggest problem.
The other day I went in a supermarket. And it was, what time it was by? It was maybe 1:30, sometime around there. And in the bread aisle, there wasn't any bread from a particular bakery as yet. Now
okay.
I know that when I see the bakery trucks pulling up, it does be a little later than that, maybe around 3 o'clock when I just see the bus from that particular bakery pulling up and offloading the bread.
When they're done, when they're done,
So the lady in front of me, she was in the aisle with me. She walked up and I could tell that she had her heart set on bread from that particular bakery.
Boy, what the things people don't play with border bread,
But what I found interesting was her statement as she realized.
Don't tell me she mixed this with politics.
What I realized.
Don't tell me she mixed this with politics, friend.
She made a comment right after realizing that there was no bread from this particular bakery, and she said, a word that I won't say.
The bad word.
On the radio. She said, people can't even get bread on a unity.
No, So it's unity for the bread there. So it's unity for the bakery and bake.
Me and the next man in the aisle just watch one another and just bust us out the laugh. Like,
how are you just getting sad? Like, how are you just getting sticky?
Sometimes you just
got unity the bread there?
Sometimes you just got to say, me, on a unity you can't even get a bread.
Made him laugh.
So politics and everything, Jade. Politics and everything.
Even in bread.
Even in bread.
You got special skin in St. Kitts.
That's you.
For some reason.
I know you got people who don't drink red voice in you.
Why? Because labor? Some people don't eat orange. Yeah, some people stop eating orange.
That's a thing?
If the red voice thing is a thing, some people have to not be eating orange.
As a matter of fact, yeah. Yeah, I could see that.
Probably stop eating orange. Some people probably stop eating banana. Yo, y'all gotta change, man. Y'all gotta do better.
Oh, man.
I understand that politics is important, but when y'all start doing things like blaming politics for the reason that the bakery isn't finished with the bread, y'all gotta reevaluate y'all life, man. It's getting ridiculous. Me ain't gonna lie.
Nah, man. But hey, people into what they're into by. But the thing about it for me was I just love how they ask the question and he just goes
Are you ready to defend? That's it.
Whatever
happen. The man's all they putting. Whatever happen.
I'm ready to defend?
Yeah, whatever happen.
To the end.
To the end. You better believe it. You better believe it.
Yeah. Well, to me, I tell you, I think this thing can just kind of fizzle.
We got bigger things to worry about. A whole war breaking out in the Ukraine. You really think this is what that got the top of the mind right now?
The war at last lap?
No. That is too small. In comparison to the war that is being forged in the world right now. There's plenty wars being fought.
I tell you, this whole thing could have been avoided if everybody just came right out from the start and said, this is what happened. This is how we decided to deal with it. And
I wonder if this is the truth. I just see something that says Chinese warships entered Taiwan's territorial waters. Think it's true?
No, the thing for me is that Chinese warships been off the coast of Taiwan in the Pacific. We have to bear in mind that China also believes that Taiwan doesn't have territorial waters.
I ain't gonna respect for people things.
But we have that they all here in the thing, Venezuela and Trinidad and all kind of thing.
That's why I say I ain't gonna respect for people things.
These arbitrary lines.
A woman walk out the church on her Mother's Day because she got a bouquet with yellow flowers in it. May I laugh. You heard about the lady that allegedly filled her gas tank up at the gas station and drove off?
Fill her gas tank up at the gas station?
Allegedly, yesterday, or whenever it was, a lady went to the gas station across from Automotive Art. Filled up her gas tank to the brim.
Yeah, full it.
And when the attendant took out the pump, my woman gone.
Booking?
You better believe it.
Wait.
Gas everywhere. But she tank full.
What?
Yep. Sorry here, buddy. Main if it's true. But you know.
Maybe she passed back with the money, man.
Oh, she forget that she had to go to the bank. She forget she had to go ATM.
Yeah, ATM. The ATM right there, you know, but you know, when you're in a rush. Certain things that slip by when you're in a rush, eh?
I mean, I know.
I mean, I don't know how you expect to get away with that. But hey.
Listen.
Bye. People out here wailing right now.
Somebody said if China invading Taiwan, our good Prime Minister gonna have to send somebody man them here to defend the thing. Cause
oh my God.
When you're the ally, you got to really show how your allyship go.
Oh please. If you look sharp, time be like, guys, you know what? I think we got this. I like the president of Taiwan though. She's very I like hearing her speak. She seems like a real stateswoman.
As she should.
I ain't put my head on the block for nobody,
You better not.
But she seems pretty cool.
You better not. You want to take a call?
Good morning, caller. You're live on Island Tea. Talk to us.
Good morning, my cup of tea, children. How you all do? You all having a great time.
Yeah.
In spite of the war, what's coming on now? What happened, what happened now, the person make it bad for others, because I believe what they're going to do now, hook up camera to go on your number plate, because the person shouldn't do it if they think it's Timothy and the war, so making the war coming, they should be crazy. It's something way up in the Middle East. And they just like to do a lot of stuff. And they willfully do it already ignorantly. So they don't make it bad for the people and pay. Make you pay before and all you get the service now. If you never used to pay before, you pay before you get the service and that comes in all story now. You see, everything people take it as a freak to them there. But you said when the person ain't see no bread, they blame. They had to go home and make Johnny cake. Well, if this thing really come off the wall, we're going to make Johnny cake because the bakery, them ain't going to be able to bake a lot of bread no more sun round. So who got flour and bake the Johnny cake like a long time? They said, what happened? In the 1940 war, a lady told me she died now, that people who work at the sugar factory, right, used to come down in the village where she shop. Because them who were there was the merchant, only them used to get the food. like the rice and the flour and so. Yeah, like how Rams and them guys is a big merchant, so they send it up to me, the smaller retailer, and then the people will come because it was so bad, right? So that's how they used to get the little coffee and stuff from the sugar factory people. Because they do the potato, the issue of the potato, they call it, you know what I mean? The potato, yeah, make up the potato thing, pie, not pie, forget it, you know what I mean? yeah, with like a thing, and then that was the breakfast at morning time, because there's no way you could have get nothing. No shop. Already shop they had was just to sell you a pound of food, 1 pound of food, a pound of rice, and we went to pay.
Yeah.
That was it. How it was. Yeah, so that we don't got to embrace ourselves.
Well, hopefully we don't get so far down the line. Hopefully that's not where we head.
Well, now we were more lighten up. Me, I wonder too, and they used to tap Peter, the boat them. One person. Next thing she told me, some people were coming out after they heard the war. And they bombed the boat. People from Singits and all was on it. When they heard the war, they tried to turn off. But you know, them days was cold. Boats say going to be slow. Yeah. Me, know what will happen? We got to watch and see where you're going to...
Yeah, man, we just going to watch and see.
Watch on and see.
Yeah.
All right, man. Thank you so much. I can't even, she don't even put it, thank you, bye.
Bye.
Anyway, the credit valuable.
Yeah, man.
Can't waste time and salutations. And
I'm telling you.
But Jed, the 1940 war, there was tense here. I can tell you.
I remember it, but you go. You was
yeah,
there.
but I remember it.
Yeah, man.
I remember it. Maybe, I remember my grandfather tell me about it.
Oh, God.
No, because I remember he would tell me, you know, how there was no food. There was no food. Food wasn't available, so much so that he remembers a particular Sunday afternoon. He says, well, his dad had left the island and went to, I think it was Antigua to work, maybe with the Americans or whatever. And instead of sending back money like most people would do, he would send food.
Oh.
So he said one day they were eating, you know, the usual on the back step in the yard, and the man who owns the shop in the community was passing, and he couldn't believe that they had rice. He hadn't seen rice in forever. And man, like, where y'all get that?
You can't imagine not being able to see rice. You know?
Like rice is like rice, Jade. But he said that his father made the decision. He ain't sending back no money. He can send back food.
As you should.
You know, so
I'm sure that was a better thing, because what are you going to spend the money on? If they ain't even gonna rice, what are you going to spend the money on?
Yeah, so yeah. But that, and I think people don't understand, like, all these things. I think the global pandemic should have enlightened us to the fact that
things will get scarce real quick, you know.
Yeah, and what happens elsewhere could really have serious impacts on what happened here.
Definitely, because
we were talking about geopolitical impacts earlier in terms of, like, you know, us being small countries and persons with military might just deciding that, hey, because we got bombs and guns, we could just decide your fate. I mean, the truth about it. You know, the funny thing about it for me, though, is America been doing this thing all over the place here.
Listen, if America is invade a country,
they just been doing it smartly. Like, okay, look, guys, this is what we're gonna do. We could really come in here bomb the place, but don't worry, you could keep your government. Once we cool with the persons who are in charge, you could keep all your customs and things. But what we can do, we pretty much can just put on a little air base here.
Yeah, man, a little military.
A little military base in the corner. Just to let you know that if you all hack up, we could probably just wipe out all your and
things. Yeah, we're here.
Yeah. Also, by the way, we're going to bring in a bunch of American companies to extract all of the resources that I have here.
I mean, you know.
You could keep singing your own music and talk your own language.
At least.
Have elections.
Food.
Yeah, have elections and so. Yeah, go have elections. Nobody's stopping the elections.
Don't mind us.
Yeah, we're gonna just take all the proceeds from the resources and keep a military base here.
Yeah, man. Something small. Not too tough. You know.
Yeah.
America been doing this.
But at least you have your culture.
At least.
At least we ain't like them Germans.
At least we live in y'all with something.
We're not like those Germans.
I mean, y'all ain't got free will, but, like, you know, culture more important.
No, they got free will. We just want the money and to make sure that y'all stay in line. We can keep the.
That's not how free will works, friend.
We can keep the military base here. Just in case anything pop up.
I know.
Good morning, caller. You're live on LNT. What's up?
If you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready as him.
Boom, bam. Good morning, caller. Talk to us right here on LNT.
Yeah, and Sam, you know, they wanted to do it a couple of years ago, but I think before the government changed, they tell them no.
No, to do what
Because
exactly?
Huh?
To do what exactly?
To set up a base here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
and they told them no because, you know, then maybe they look over it and so. So what they used to do, you just come and say they're doing some practicing and then they go back out. They used to say they're going to rain, they're going to shoot maybe what kind of rain all them do. Going back to Keys, way. But they don't want it, nobody refused them. Suppose they got one down in Puerto Rico, some about in Puerto Rico corner, they suppose they got one. You see, because that's good to the we refuse them because when they have war, right, anyway, American be there, so they don't go bomb it, you know? Yeah. You want me, if you heard your grandfather speak about it, you got things, you're the submarine. They say, man, what we do if we really serious, we're going to take off all the street lights and I believe and all the house lights, you know? Because what the man, if you heard your grandfather speak about it, they say, that's why you heard coming up that they come across the sea. Remember, they could come up on the water, eh? They're underneath, but they come up on the water. And in the village, they say they look light up, they used to build one bomb it. Yeah, like that I heard in the 60s coming up to the 70s, so I don't ever, as you all were saying, nature different now to them days, we're going to say what happen.
Yeah.
If it's going to be that serious. But what happened if Putin, if Mr. Donald Trump were in there, Putin want to go through that, you know. Anyhow, Democratic thing, you know. They want war.
I know.
Bush wanted
when the Democrats in the US, they just be like, oh,
yeah, man, they feel like they're
nice guys.
The nice guys yet the most warish people.
So cool, and he still up thing to her. He could have said because when Mr. What his name was the right, but they had a little shutdown, you know. Right in the video a couple of years ago, 13, they said, 13, 12, 13, 14, and they went in and do something to Ukraine and and they went back out. You remember? A Kashmir, something about the Kashmir, something about, yeah, they had the same Russia, they went in there, and nobody, America, never interfere. They just was advertising, well, the Indian, whatever, they do opposite, you know, thing make a lot of, they do a little shooting and whatever.
A little shooting, bro.
They went back out cool. Man, America send up any war thing on war, this and calling up other allies and all them. Them all went to war, man. Oh, make
True that.
Public man ain't so believe in war, them the Democrats, they believe stupid war. Yeah, something they want to happen.
No? Well, we can't even really speculate now. We know what it is going on, so.
Listen, whoever was upset because I said tell Russia to smoke weed, pray about it.
Somebody makes we can't tell Russia to smoke weed?
Bro, y'all gonna, one of these days, y'all gonna understand this show is about jokes half the times, okay?
I
don't know why that upset you, but you need to pray about it,
no,
honestly.
but Jade, obviously, the diplomatic communications that they've been having one another ain't working. So why not try yours?
I just here for suggestions, you know.
Foreign policy. Look, this the thing. We need all these suggestions on the table, guys. We shouldn't dismiss them, okay? We shouldn't dismiss them. That is the problem. We sometimes get too dismissive.
Listen.
Sometimes it's too dismissive. Oh boy, but what you gonna do, boy?
What can you do?
What can you do?
Anyway, the market seems to be going through some things. It looks like Bitcoin is down, gold is up, so today might be a good day to buy some gold.
Today's good day to buy Bitcoin.
Oh, because it's down.
Yeah,
you're right. Stocks making the biggest moves. Pre-markets, Live Nation, SeaWorld, Garnet, and others.
Entertainment stocks up? What are they saying? It's interesting. That's interesting. Anyway, I'm gonna buy some more Solana, see?
Mm-hmm.
I need some money first. That's what I need. I need some money. But yeah, I wonder. I think the Prime Minister been talking about crypto. You know, they need to come clear with what they want to do with this crypto thing. But what's the government position on crypto? I'd like to know the oppositions too. Cause who knows if they switch out, I need to know where we stand. Good morning, caller. Good morning, caller. You're live on LNT. What's up? Oh, how's that? Good morning, caller. Thanks for joining us on Island. Okay. Car moving so, right? My car moving so. But
You want to do the one from Jamaica?
Bye. The thing with these police, bye. Anyway.
Bye.
Let's go. Let's knock it out real quick because we need to really have a conversation about people's responsibility and what they're choosing to do instead. But anyway, in Jamaica, a Jamaican cop allegedly had cocaine in stomach, bra, and other body cavity.
Ooh.
I wonder why she would put coke in her ear. But anyway.
I don't think.
Anyway, a South Florida grand jury has indicted Shelian Allen, the Jamaican policewoman who was arrested and charged earlier this month after allegedly being found with 90 packets of packaged cocaine inside her stomach while entering the USA. The indictment and previously filed criminal complaint affidavit allege that on February 3rd, Allen, who is 42, arrived at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, on a flight from Montego Bay, Jamaica. An inspection by U.S. Customs and Border Protection reportedly revealed that the policewoman had a package of cocaine inside another body cavity and a package of cocaine inside her brassiere.
Ooh.
I mean, it must have been very difficult for her to talk to the customs officer with that in her mouth.
So wait, it was in her mouth? She didn't swallow it?
No, they said they said inside of another body cavity. I'm just assuming it's her mouth.
No, friend. Read go down.
What? No?
Read go down, man.
Wherever else could it have been?
Oh, you stop there.
Allen reportedly also had pellets of packaged cocaine inside her stomach. Okay. The CBP officers took Allen to a hospital where she reportedly expelled the 90 pellets. Oh, that must have been horrible.
Boy.
In total, Allen had approximately 1,350 grams of cocaine on or inside her body when she entered the United States. About 234 grams in her vagina. What?
Sorry. Ooh, relax. Serious. Okay, go ahead. Read it again. Read it again, friend. Read it again.
In total, Allen had approximately 1,350 grams of cocaine on or inside her body when she entered the United States. The next sentence reads, and I don't believe this is a typo, about 234 grams in her vagina.
Ooh.
About 100,
how much she said?
234 grams.
Boy.
About 174 grams in her bra. Why is there less in the bra?
Lesbians. You had lesbians in your bra.
About 942 grams inside her stomach. The U.S. Attorney's Office revealed in a release from the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida. Guys, this woman ain't got cable? This woman ain't have cable? There are shows literally based around how they just catch people entering the country with drugs and other contraband. There's enough of it happening fast enough that there's shows about it.
Bruh,
Stop smuggle drugs.
This ain't new. Why are you... I've literally seen shows where people have pellets bursting in their stomachs and died because you're not supposed to swallow drugs. This is not the type of drugs you're supposed to swallow, sis. This is not an edible.
No, guys.
And then to put it in your vagina.
I was thinking here, thinking all kind of things before.
That's why I tell you, read the article because I know you had it wrong. First of all, when I hear crevices, the ear is the last place I think about.
I'm just hoping for the best.
No, friend, don't do that.
I might not even expect the worst, but I'm definitely hoping for the
No,
best.
don't do that. Not when it comes to these type of stories. Because how she was trying to get it out.
I mean, how? The same way the officials get them out.
That's true. Listen, she playing a risky game, boy.
Hey, but she probably real serious with she Kegel regimen, boy.
Has to be. Listen, she's on point with that, okay?
Yeah, she Kegel's.
Because that was up there. I mean, if a child could come down, I guess, reverse.
Yeah.
We are from St. Kitts, Lord Pothead.
Jade, come on. Did you not read it?
I didn't know.
Okay.
I was reading it while I was saying it.
Okay. But I think for me, what is important here is to also understand a lot of times these people who end up in these situations are coerced into them, eh?
Yeah, because I don't feel like a police just wake up one day and decide, you know what, let me just stuff some coke in my vagina.
And I don't think these are the big kingpins either. Like they're not the ones who run these things. So I think we have to see these persons, as much as they might have made terrible decisions and for whatever reason might have been in a situation where they're now probably gonna lose their freedom or at least lose their visa.
Freedom to man, the freedom going.
Yeah.
But she's smuggling coke.
Yeah, but she's also she probably is also why am I not surprised by that question?
I would literally not expect anything else.
But like I said, some of these people are also victims, eh? Some of these people are also
because you
victims.
don't know what influenced her to do this. Then are you on the radio? I don't know what could have influenced her to do this, but it had to be something serious.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe she is living way below the poverty line because just recently
maybe she's in debt. Who knows?
Listen, just recently I found out the minimum wage for Jamaica, and y'all headstrong.
Yeah, but you think they're coming here? So fast? Jay?
I mean, I would have listen.
Let's see what this person on the line is saying. Good morning, caller. You're live on LNT. What's up? Lost a caller.
It went from 40 something US to 50 something US. It's a yale and I had done in a country.
Yeah. I think a lot of times persons end up in these situations for a host of different reasons. And we might say, this was a bad decision and thing, but sometimes the reasons behind the decisions thing. But what, you gotta pay the consequence?
Yep.
There's a price to pay. Good morning, caller. You're live on Island T. What's up?
Yes, me is your host for the look like I turn over on me host in this. I said, hello. Said, yeah, I get one early last year. Oh my gosh, she won't like to see it in Super Joiner, like thing catch her caught in Barbados, Yeah, she got this thing, like more like a shape like a little bottle. Plastic. And if you she's screaming, it was hurtful, man. I don't know, she got it like a plastic, like a condom over it to help her lubricate. Like it was so dry, and I don't know, they take her to the hospital and they screaming.
Whoa.
People have personal problems, you know?
Yeah.
Wow. Screaming away.
Yeah, that was a little too descriptive.
Why?
That was a little too descriptive for us. I mean, we didn't hang up the call, eh? The call hung up itself because it just knew. That was a little too, Yeah.
Somebody saying she's also responsible for scamming.
We don't know that. How she always getting in the night. Listen, I don't know. Because
we don't screen the calls.
We can't. We don't have no caller ID, no nothing. We just press the button and whoever there is there.
But yeah. But I mean, she gonna have to pay the cost.
She will. She definitely will pay the consequences. She don't like. I already foresee that they're going to. First, she's going to jail. Like she's going to jail, and when the jail thing is finished, she'll be deported. That's usually what happens. So, guys.
Yeah, sometimes they get the choice. You say, look. You could take another 25 years, or we could send you back to the place of your birth.
Send me home. It's okay. Send me home.
That's usually what it is.
Yeah. Where you would take?
Send me home,
Why send me home?
As a matter of fact, you can send me home before you send me prison.
I mean, listen. If we're given options and choices here.
I mean, that happens sometimes too. Sometimes they just
send them back home for you?
I say, look here.
I didn't know that.
Oh, sometimes man catch bail, a man just walk out. What? I jump on a plane and go back home.
How are you?
May need a visa.
Yeah, you ain't gonna extradite me over this.
Yeah, but they have to busy. Some like that they have to busy, you know.
Sure?
Yeah, busy signal.
I didn't know that.
That's why he had to go and spend. Maybe he had to go to jail and so. He had to end up spend time because he had skipped bail and went back to Jamaica.
Oh, somebody saying she was the same police woman they caught scamming earlier this month. Listen, Mrs. Officer, cut out the life of crime. You're overdoing it now, man. You just get catch doing something else and you're gonna do something else worse.
But she couldn't be a police officer still. They could just scam in and she's still a police officer?
Yeah, what do you think? Because she's scamming, she ain't gonna be a police?
Scammer them there.
I'm telling you, she might get a little desk duty.
Wow.
But she ain't gonna stop.
No,
Listen.
Yeah, because we just see some police here doing some real wildness and the same
Live
police.
and lively with our own two eyes.
Doing some real craziness. Nobody can
And they're
understand why
still driving around in police uniform, still interacting with the police. No reprimanding, no desk duty, no nothing. Just vibes.
I'm going to wait until something serious happens.
I don't say so. That is when they're going to really put their foot down. Because we're not proactive here, we are reactive. So we're going to react to the police officer doing something egregious. Love it for us. Just love it for us.
And he don't do egregious things.
You know, even more.
Maybe you do it to the right person. That's what
That's the problem. Monkey no want him to jump on, you know. And one of these days, them limb gonna break. How you go? How you play? Anyway, I found something very interesting. Let's run through it in the last 10 minutes of the show.
Why not?
So it says, life may actually flash before your eyes on death. A new study has revealed. New data from a scientific accident has suggested that life may actually flash before our eyes as we die. A team of scientists set out to measure the brainwaves of an 87-year-old patient who had developed epilepsy. But during the neurological recording, he suffered a fatal heart attack, offering an unexpected recording of a dying brain. Wow.
The sad part about this is, I could just imagine the excitement of them scientists here.
That was like, oh my God, this is really terrible, but have you seen the readings?
Yeah, that's the sad part. But anyway, continue.
It revealed that in the 30 seconds before and after, the man's brainwaves followed the same patterns as dreaming or recalling memories. Brain activity of this sort could suggest that a final recall of life may occur in a person's last moments, the team wrote in their study, published in Frontiers in Aging Neuroscience on Tuesday. Dr. Ajmal Zima, a co-author of the study, said that what the team, then based in Vancouver, Canada, accidentally got was the first ever recording of a dying brain. He told the BBC this was actually totally by chance. We did not, I know, right?
Fishy.
Listen.
Do you believe in coincidences, Jade?
No, I do not. We did not plan to do this experiment or record these signals, so we will get a glimpse back at time with loved ones and other happy memories. Dr. Zimmer said it was possible to tell. If I were to jump to the philosophical realm, I would speculate that if the brain did a flashback, it would probably like to remind you of good things rather than the bad things, he said. But what's memorable would be different for every person. Dr. Zimmer, now a neurosurgeon at the University of Louisville, said in the 30 seconds before the patient's heart stopped supplying blood to the brain, his brainwaves followed the same patterns as when we carried out high cognitive damaging tasks, like concentrating, dreaming, or recalling memories. It continued 30 seconds after the patient's heart stopped beating, the point at which a patient is typically declared dead. This could possibly be a last recall of memories that we've experienced in life, and they replay through our brain in the last seconds before we die. Should I continue?
No.
Okay.
No. But
somebody said they've been waiting for this accident for 50 years.
But I mean that doesn't come from anywhere. I mean, if you have had the opportunity to be around someone as they transition, I think you recognize that there is something that we have yet to fully understand that happens in those moments. Right? I have several friends who would have recounted such experiences.
Near death?
Being around someone, particularly a loved one, as they transition, and it's and those who have the opportunity to be able to transition peacefully and things like that, like there seems to be some correlation between the experiences, right? So, I mean, the truth is there's a lot of things that we really have yet to have understood with science, but we know these things to be true. The idea of like this statement, your life flashed before your eyes, like it ain't come from nowhere.
No, it had to come from somewhere, honestly.
Yeah, like people know these things. A lot of these things we just know already, you know. It's just that we haven't tested them and we haven't been able to record them and things like that. But we know these things. We know these things.
That is a fact.
We know these things. I mean, some of the things that you'll find happening in the stories that you hear, it does really just make you recognize that it's more to this thing we call life than what we have been able to test so far and fully understand with science. There's more to it.
And there's some things that we won't ever be able to explain because I don't think we were meant to. Like, I don't think we were meant to know everything.
To fully understand everything.
Yeah, I don't think. And that is why we ended up having to create our own theories. That is why we ended up creating heaven and hell and, you know, all of these things, because there's literally nowhere for us to truly know what happens in the afterlife because we have to die and come back. And according to the Bible, only one man do that.
No, you had other man to do that.
Who?
Lazarus.
Oh, yeah, I forget what he buy.
What he say?
What he say when he come back?
When he said he come back?
Yeah.
But he was just linking with his sister them and so.
So the man come back and tell her what really going on? The man doesn't go link with his sister?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I think at the time, they were just happy he was back alive.
Oh, so they didn't really...
And he was dead for a while, so they probably had to like, give him a shower and so on.
A
couple days, no shower and them things. So they had other things to deal with than...
Priorities.
What you see. You know what I mean? Yeah.
What happens when you die?
Yeah. I mean, part of that though is like, I mean, you probably ain't gonna have that conversation right after the bat.
I mean, you know, it would be kind of, you know.
Yeah, it'd be kind of mystic. Like, I come back, guys, y'all want to talk about that the whole time I'm back now?
Yeah, man, I'm happy that I'm at least back. And I mean, I've seen stories all around the world that claim.
I've seen interviews with people who have been clinically dead and they came back.
And they say what they saw?
Yes, yeah.
And what
there's a whole documentary on it.
But what they say?
Bright light, dream state, visions of loved ones.
So there's no about heaven and hell? They reach afar?
Some people have.
Oh.
Some people have.
Okay. Interesting.
But I got a feeling like if you go to the pearly gates, like, you're not coming back after that.
I mean, listen.
I feel it's a one-way ticket.
Yeah.
Like, you don't really get to, like, there's a no entry.
Yeah.
Like the carnival shows them.
Let's go off the radio, because I think our friend over in Nevis, the Honorable Mark Drip Brantley, has a press conference coming up right after Island Tea at 10 o'clock. So, you know, let's wrap up and get because, you know, you're always on time. So let's give some time to set up for that. Stick and stay, guys, to follow that right after Island Tea, as I said.
Yeah, but Jade, it is Thursday, and of course, want you guys to remain safe. Have a lovely day. For those of you that are going to be eating, eat some good food.
Don't eat no leftover Chinese.
Don't eat no leftover Chinese. If it ain't smell right.
If the food doesn't start to smell a little,
follow your nose, guys.
Follow your nose. Don't ignore the signs, man.
Oh, and on a serious note, guys, if you have an infant, or if you know someone who does, just alert them to the whole issue of the Similac Recall.
Yes. Again, you could head over to Win Media SKN.
Yep.
There's an article there with all the serial numbers. Also, as in where you said
you could visit the website similacrecall.com, and it has all the information there. It also has a tool where you could enter the lot numbers that's on the bottom of the Similac cans, just to check to make sure that your can isn't included in the recall.
Yes.
All right. So, guys, of course, just want to let you know that we appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us right here on Win Media SKN. If this is the first time listening, thank you for listening. If this is the last time listening, but we love you still. We love you still.
Yeah, man.
It's all love around here.
If you're offended by anything we said today, well, pray about it.
In the words of the man himself, Sir Mark Drip Brantley. So what?
So what if I smoke a little weed? So what?
Wow.
We are going to hate me by. Anyway.
Yeah, but guys, I appreciate you so much for taking the time out and hanging out with us right here in the mornings. Whether you join us on YouTube or Facebook, we appreciate you. If you listen to us on the radio at 98.9 on your FM dial, big up yourself. Just make sure you turn it up nice and loud so everybody could hear.
Yeah, man. Love it.
That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. All the callers and all the persons who commented, thank you so much. Y'all help to make the show what it is.
Yep.
And now it's time for us to leave, time for us to go, time for us to disembark.
Indeed.
But remember, spend more time living your content than posting it. And of course, you can't be everybody's cup of tea because you is not a mug. We're going to see you guys tomorrow.
To play against England next week. Kezran, or Kezi, as we all know him, is of course a very talented cricketer from the village of Brownhill, and we wish him all the very best as well. Let me segue quickly to extend the deepest condolences on behalf of the government and the Nevis Island administration to the family of Chesley Pharaoh Davis. He was one of Nevis's foremost cultural historians, an MC and sports announcer who was very well known to all of us. Chesley would have passed recently. Let me also extend the deepest condolences to the family of Miss Nyan Farrell. Miss Farrell, of course, hails from Jessop's village and was a senior Foreign Service officer in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we extend to her family our deepest condolences. And let me lastly extend deepest condolences from 2008 to 2018. His association with Nevis was large in the field of water drilling, and he was able to clean, drill, and develop a number of water wells on the island of Nevis. A contingent from the Nevis Water Department will be traveling to St. Kitts on the Thursday, the 24th February, to attend his funeral and to show last respects. Our prayers are with the families of all of those who mourn and all who have lost loved ones. Let me spend a moment to tell you what we've been doing in terms of public works. We have continued the construction on the welding and body repair shop at the government garage. That is now almost complete. We have continued the construction on the Butlers Road, a major road project that we are undertaking. And over the next 5 to 6 weeks, retaining wall construction will continue along the main village carriageway. Property wall reconstruction as part of the Bath Village Road Rehabilitation Project will start in 2 weeks. The department has already excavated and based off the Lower Bath Road from Vaughan Radio to Spotlight Disco. This road will be used as an alternative route during construction of the main Upper Bath Road, and the condition of this road will need to be improved to facilitate any detours. Let me publicly say to the youth in Bath that there will be some available jobs on this project, and we are hopeful that they will avail themselves of the opportunity to find work right in their village. Let me also say to the contractors in Bath that there will be work available on the walls and other work that needs to be done there, consistent with this government's approach that where we are doing projects in communities, that members of those communities are, we hope, the ones to be the primary beneficiaries. And so if you're listening and you're from Bath Village, we are looking for workers to be on this project. And if you're a contractor in Bath Village, we're looking for contractors to be on this project as well. And you'll be hearing more from me because I intend to come to Bath and to have the necessary conversations over there. The roadwork adjacent to the Charleston Methodist Church property has resumed. The old church stone wall has been demolished and it will be rebuilt in similar fashion, set back a little further into the property. I would want to say a word on that because I know there was some level of controversy about this wall, which was an historic wall, The difficulty, however, was that we could not do any improvements in the area because even the movement, I'm told, of the heavy equipment caused the wall to crumble. So the wall was an ancient wall. It would have been good if we could have preserved it, but we had no way to do that because even the movement of heavy equipment along the carriageway caused the wall to crumble and to fall apart. So we have removed it, and the hope would be to try to reconstruct it at a distance that is farther into the existing property. Public Works is also undertaking construction of a culvert in the church ground area close to the Clark's residence, bringing some much needed relief to the residents there of church ground. Works there will include installation of a pipe culvert, construction of concrete wing walls on the eastern side, construction of concrete retaining walls on the western side, and a widening and realignment of the road corridor along that section. We are also constructing an access road for fire tenders at the Vance Amory Airport. This access road is critical for the St. Kitts and Nevis Fire and Rescue Emergency Response Officers stationed currently at the rental facility there. We are also in the process of milling and resurfacing the middle and western play courts at the netball complex. In fact, the netball complex is undergoing a massive restoration and renovation at the moment, where all the courts will be redone and the facility will be brought up to speed with new lighting and new arrangements. We are in effect creating a brand new netball complex, and that work is ongoing at the moment. Work also continues by the contractor Lefco on the concrete road from the Prospect Power Station to Lefco Yard. Those works are now about 90% complete, and we expect substantial completion shortly. We have also been undertaking significant work to upgrade the fuel storage and dispensing at the government repair shop, and that is due to recommence this week. Works shall include the removal of the old fuel storage tanks and installation of new storage tanks, installation of a new pump dispenser with new electrical pump and piping systems, and also the reconfiguration of the fuel dispensing area with the construction of a new metal overhead canopy. The works will be undertaken by SOL in conjunction with Lefco functioning as their contractor. We also would like to report, and are pleased to report, that we have recently milled and paved the parking lot at the Alexandra Hospital, so that we have a brand new parking lot there, and I thank the men and women at Public Works for their continued work in that particular area and around the island more generally. Let me pivot to health. We have had, unfortunately, attempts in recent times to make health a political issue. And it is unfortunate because health is critical to all of us. And as I always say, we do not know for whom the bell will toll next. We do not know who will require health care next. And any of us in this room and any one of us listening who requires health care, our first port of call is our health care facilities here. Our health centers, and of course, our lone hospital, the Alexandra Hospital. Is the healthcare system in Nevis perfect? Absolutely not. But the healthcare system nowhere in the world can be seen as perfect. We understand even in countries with vast resources that there are issues with healthcare, healthcare cost, healthcare delivery. And therefore, we expect that these will be ongoing issues that we'll have to grapple with. I resist any efforts to politicize the healthcare system on the island of Nevis because I think ultimately it is unhelpful. The Ministry of Health and Gender Affairs, we are delighted to welcome registered nurses Maria Rogas and Mary Antonio, who are joining us at Alexandra Hospital. Both have been recruited from the Philippines. One is an expert in intensive care and the other in emergency care. Both together have over 20 years nursing experience. In terms of the CT scan machine that we all expect, I'm told it will be 128 slice CT scan, and I'm advised that when it arrives, it will be the only one of its kind in the sub-region. That we have others which have 28 slice and 64 slice, but this apparently is far more sophisticated. It's a Philips machine I would have hitherto reported that we expect that this machine will be here in the early part of this year. They have advised that there are some delays, but we are hoping for delivery sometime in May. I am happy to report that the Philips technicians were here. They did a site visit, and they're quite pleased with the site, and will be visiting again soon as we try to conclude the preparation. I should also say at the few years. And certainly, as Premier of Nevis, I have presided over a cabinet that has invested significantly in healthcare. I would wish to commend Madam Minister Hazel Brandy, who has shepherded the healthcare sector over a most difficult period the last 4 years, particularly, of course, as 2 of those years we had a major health crisis in the COVID-19 pandemic. Over that time at our hospital, we've acquired some very much needed equipment. I've spoken about a CT scan, which is on its way. We've also acquired a portable digital ultrasound machine. We've acquired ventilators. I would tell you that we now have 9 ventilators. This is up from 2 that we normally had. We now have 9. And in fact, those ventilators were pressed into use quite recently in saving lives at our hospital. We have purchased a chemistry analyzer, a hematology analyzer. We have baby warmers, vital sign monitors, hospital beds, and of course 2 brand new ambulances have also been acquired. In public health, in the dental unit, we have 2 portable dental x-ray machines. We have purchased a thermal fog machine to deal with mosquitoes in the community. We have purchased vaccination refrigerators, examination couches, examination tables, generators, which is important. We have purchased generators with automatic switches for 4 of our health centers to ensure that those health centers have a continuous supply of power. And for our eye clinic, we've purchased the ASCAN ultrasound machine, a tonometer, which apparently is used to treat glaucoma, and a laser ophthalmoscope, all of which have been acquired to better equip our healthcare providers. In terms of employment of specialists, I am pleased to say that we have 3 physical therapists that we've recruited, 2 from the Philippines and 1 from Cuba. We have recruited 3 specialist doctors, 1 internist, 1 anesthesiologist, and 1 OBGYN, obstetrics and gynecology, I think. 7 nurses have been recruited, 5 from the Philippines, 1 from India, 1 from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have also hired 5 local nurses who recently completed at CFBC their bachelor's in nursing, and we've hired a radiographer from Cuba. In the context of training, you would have heard me from time to time indicate that in the healthcare sector we have careers available in nursing. And we continue to encourage our young people to look at nursing as a career choice for them. We provide tremendous assistance for those studying nursing, and it is a field that we encourage young people to enter. Currently, we have 2 nurses who are in Jamaica doing a master's program, 1 in theater techniques and 1 in anesthetist, a nurse anesthetist, so anesthesiology. Both are being assisted, of course, by the Nevis Island administration financially. We also have 2 nurses who have recently completed the midwifery course at CFBC, and we have 3 that entered that course in 2022. All nurses who go there through the HR or Ministry of Health are provided with a stipend. For those who are employed currently as nurses and go off for greater specialization, I'm advised that they get 4/5 salary plus a stipend of $300 per month. And for those who are not yet employed to the government but have decided to do nursing, they get a stipend of $1,260 per month. And that is what we have been offering for our young people going off to nursing in St. Kitts. Let me add that at the CFBC. In terms of buildings and infrastructure, we have renovated and upgraded all of our health centers. We have improved security at the Flamboyant Home. We have built now a kitchen at the Flamboyant Home. We are also finishing now the main kitchen project for the hospital, a really extended and beautiful kitchen facility to service the entire hospital. We have upgraded our morgue facility to allow the authorities here now to do autopsies there. We have changed our gatehouse at the Alexandra Hospital to a respiratory clinic. We have built a double port garage, obviously double, because we have 2 brand new ambulances and we want to protect them from the weather. And we've improved the private ward area and converted some of it to an isolation ward. As I reported earlier, we have paved the parking lot, and of course the hospital expansion project continues apace. In terms of medical assistance, a program that I'm very proud of, as we await the rollout federally of the National Health Insurance Scheme, the Nevis Island Administration recognizes and has recognized for some time that some of our people who need medical care are simply unable to afford it. Many times we have emergencies that develop, let us say an accident that happens on the road, and individuals find themselves needing acute care that is not available locally, sometimes not even available in the region. Many times they have to travel overseas for that care, and they simply do not have the resources and do not have the insurance. Even those who have insurance, sometimes there's a bit of an issue sometimes, because a lot of the insurance companies say we will reimburse. That means we will pay you back. But that, of course, requires that you find the money to pay upfront. And only after you're treated, you get a refund or reimbursement. And a lot of people have that issue as well. Well, the NIA is cognizant of that, and so we have, for some time now, certainly under this administration, assisted individuals who require care overseas and are not in a position to access that care because of their financial limitations. We conduct a means test to ensure that persons that we are assisting do need that assistance, and we have capped the individual assistance at US $10,000. Using that cap, we have in 2018 assisted persons to the tune of $622,256.69. In 2019, $589,922.73. In 2020, $289,456.40. In 2021, $459,625.20. And in 2022, thus far, $108,676. Again, combined total over the last 4.5 years or so of just over $2 million that has been spent by the government to assist individuals to access care that wasn't available here, or sometimes even if the care is available here. For example, some kinds of surgery, they have required assistance because they do not have the money to pay. And so we have been there with our people, and all of these are tangible investments in the health care and the health and well-being of our people. The question was asked on the last occasion. I did not have the answer about how much we have spent on COVID. Thus far, I now have some numbers. In 2020, we would have spent $945,838.44. And in 2021, we would have spent some $1,298,538.77. And that included salaries and accommodation for the Cubans who were here for 18 months. We purchased medical supplies and equipment. We paid for testing, obviously, and testing supplies. And we did some retrofitting work at Prospect, where we have developed, as you know, an isolation wing. Developed it, but hoping that we never need it. Let me switch quickly from health to housing, also an important need of our people. And I would want to commend the Honorable Alexis Jeffers, who has led that particular thrust for the Nevis Island Administration since 2013 and has done so with aplomb. He has said to me, and I believe it is worthy of repeating, that the NHLDC, the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation, had in the past in every election cycle been a topic of conversation. It had in the past in every election cycle been a topic of conversation because there was always the suggestion of some shenanigans happening at the NHLDC. We well know the ringtone House and Land that was developed here on the island, supported by documentation of things that would have gone badly awry at the NHLDC. He has said to me, and I believe it is true, that you don't hear anybody talking now about the NHLDC. And we take some of these things for granted, but I think that they're important to note. Because when we came to government, we said that we would come to government as a transparent body, a party that was committed to doing the right thing. And I believe that it is something to note that when we hear the critics, and there are many, in any democracy there are many, that they go back sometimes 15 and 20 years to find something to criticize. That they're not talking about the NHLDC anymore because the NHLDC has had rectitude and appropriate behavior restored there. And I think that we ought to note that. That, I believe, warrants a headline. No scandal at the NHLDC in the last 8 years. Let me report that lots are being sold at Morgan's estate, $6 per square foot. We have also acquired 6 acres of land to be divided in Morden Estate, which I'm told is the Cane Garden area, and we are preparing the subdivision of lands opposite the drag strip for leasing for industrial and commercial use. We have also, let me not say we have, we are also finalizing the purchase of just over 20 acres, I believe it is. I hope I have that number correct. I believe it's closer to 30 acres of land at Garner's estate, which we also intend to subdivide and make available to our people. Now, you may ask why it is that the Nevis government is purchasing land. And the reason is simple. Like our sister St. Kitts, we have had a slightly different history. And on the island of Nevis, people got out of sugar a long time ago. And as a consequence, the people of Nevis have traditionally owned land, owned their own land. And so you'll find that while there are lots of land, and you just want to, I tell people all the time, if you just go by the port at Long Point and you go south, you don't meet any houses or anything over there for a very, very long way. You have literally thousands of acres of land that is unoccupied and undeveloped, but is in private hands. St. Kitts, on the other hand, because of the sugar industry that existed over there for some time, and because, of course, Premier Bratcher compulsorily acquired the land, and Prime Minister Simmons would have paid for those lands. The result in St. Kitts is that the majority of lands in St. Kitts are government-owned. It's a fundamentally different makeup as a result of our history. So in Nevis, we have been forced to buy land as a government, to then make that land available to our nationals. In fact, the 2 developments that are currently being undertaken at the instigation of Minister Brand, the area representative for St. Paul's, one at Hamilton and the other at Upper Craddock Road, both were only made possible because we went out and bought land from private individuals to then do housing. It makes it far more expensive an undertaking because naturally we have to purchase the land and then do the housing, as opposed to having the land already owned by the government where we can just develop housing. So that has been an issue for us, but we have not shied away from our responsibility. And we have acquired land, as I've indicated, at Morden Estate. We've acquired land now at Garner's Estate. We're finalizing that, and you'll hear more about that, no doubt, as the weeks and months go by. In terms of housing, I am pleased to say that we are in the middle of a housing revolution happening on the island of Nevis. Why do I say that? I say that because for the first time in our history, we have 7 housing developments being done at the same time by the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation. 7 housing developments being done at the same time. We have in Cedar View, Phase 3 at Martin's Estate, 33 lots, inclusive of green space. Subdivision is with planning for review. At the Mountain Crest, Ramsbury Estate, Craddock Road, we have 22 lots, including green space. I think you'll see the homes going up there. Chimney Crescent, which is in the low ground, that is just above Cherry Gardens, we have 16 lots. We're going to start construction there very soon. Sugar Mill Residences up in Hamilton, we have 14 lots, and already some homes are being completed up there. University Heights, a development that we're very proud of, because we offer the land to university graduates at $1 EC per square foot. Innovation, never been done before, and we're able to attract some young persons to come back and settle here. We had 13 lots, that is ongoing. Bayview, which is in Rice's, there are 8 lots, and Nisbet Estate, there are 4 lots. I won't get into all the details about the cost and the price, but just to encourage our people who might want housing to speak to the good people at the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation. Let me pivot to education. And let me say to you that the Ministry of Education is very pleased to announce the resumption of sports for the schools in Nevis. Why is that big news? That's big news because for the last 2 years, our children have been deprived of any sports because of COVID. And as we now look to the future and hopefully put COVID in our rearview mirror, we are preparing ourselves for sports in Nevis. All sports days, with the exception of those for St. James Primary and the Violet O. Jeffers Nichols Primary, will be held at the Nevis Athletic Stadium, at the Mondo track, as we say. Why? Because that is a larger space and a space that we can control more easily. Admission, I'm told, for all sports days will be $3 for primary schoolers and $5 for everyone else. And they will be allowed some parking inside the facility for $15 if you want to drive in and park. A limited number of vendors will be allowed to vend on the inside of the facility. Registration for vending will be handled by the individual schools. So put differently, if my alma mater, the Ivor Walters Primary, is having its sports at the Mondo track and you want to be a vendor there, you will register with the Ivor Walters School. So I want to make that very clear. And of course, spaces will be limited. All patrons will be required to wear masks and sanitize their hands at the entrance gate. And as usual, because these are child-friendly events, there will be no alcohol sales inside the facility. That has been a standard position now for many years here on the island of Nevis. As a safety measure, stands will be color-coded. That is, if you purchase a red ticket, a matching red band will be placed on you and you go to the red stand. And the idea is to prevent persons from mixing. If you want to be on the field, on the grounds, then you'll be given, I am told, an orange band, and you would have no access to the stand. So we're trying to put in place as many safeguards as we can, but recognizing that sport is a critical part of children's development and that we cannot continue to deny them of the ability to engage in sporting activity. The question, of course, that I know everybody will ask, so before the members of the press ask, are we having inter-primary? My answer to that question is yes, we wish to have inter-primary this year. It is a staple of Nevision life, and it is time that it resumes. Plans are ongoing to see how we can stage inter-primary this year in a way that is safe and that brings back competition. I know that my alma mater, Ivor Walters, is waiting to take the crown, and so we look forward to inter-primary happening this year and restoring that sense of community and that sporting rivalry, friendly rivalry, that we've always had here on the island of Nevis. So the Mini Olympics, we certainly hope will be back in swing, and you'll get more information on that very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, as I try to get through the rest of my information quickly, you know that I have been a very strong proponent of training and education for our people, particularly our young people. And as a consequence, as Minister of Foreign Affairs and as Premier, whenever I've given the opportunity, I have sought to get scholarship assistance from varied places across the world. And we have set up at the Department of Human Resources here a scholarship desk, so to speak, where we try to not only advertise available opportunities for training, but assist students in completing the forms and in getting the necessary information. I want to encourage our students again, please, to take advantage of these opportunities. I continue to make the case that it is far more sensible for you to take a scholarship and go away and study and come back without a student loan than to force your parents to go to one of the banks and take $100,000 in loans for the same education. And I mean that, because I assure you that I went to some of the best schools in the world, as many of us here would have gone. I can't recall anybody asking me where I get my degree from. If you have a degree, after a while, it's just about doing the work. So if I could get my degree from Taiwan and come back speaking Mandarin, and you would have gone to the United States and got yours from Monroe College or wherever in the US, come back speaking the same English you left here speaking. You come back owing $100,000, I come back free as a bird. We have the same degree. Which one to you makes more sense? And sometimes maybe you got to talk like this so you break it down in the simplest form. Why are people still going to borrow money to study when scholarships banging dog here? And people say, oh, they're too far, that too far, me no know nobody there, me not got no family there. But you're not going there to live, you know. You're going there to study, to learn, and then to come home, to contribute. And I assure you it is better to come home debt-free than to come home saddled with student loans. And so again, I'm encouraging you to apply for scholarships to the University of the Virgin Islands. The deadline is the 31st of March. Azerbaijan is offering us scholarships. You have to be fully vaccinated, but if you're interested in doing bachelor's, master's, or doctoral degrees, your deadline is the 4th of March. We have Taiwan is offering its usual scholarships. Deadline is the 8th of March. We are accepting applications for Ross University. Persons interested in veterinary medicine right there in St. Kitts. We are also accepting applications, for those interested in attending Windsor University of Medicine in St. Kitts. We are accepting applications for the OAS Marconi International University scholarships. The deadline for those, 15th of April. Nevlec, our electricity company, is accepting applications for the Cedric and Bristol Scholarship in electrical or mechanical engineering. The deadline is 16th May. We are also accepting scholarships, we're accepting applications for financial assistance and study leave for further studies. That is now from our public servants and from divisions here on the island. Please note that law, medicine, and business studies do not form part of our priority list. Let me say that again. Please note that law, medicine, and business studies do not form part of our priority list. The deadline to receive applications is 31st March. Now, you may ask, what is that about? It simply means that in addition to all the scholarships that are available, the Nevis Island Administration also provides assistance. And you are asked to apply if you, for example, didn't get one of these scholarships, or you've applied and you're waiting for word, and you need some assistance from the NIA. We're asking that you apply. We do this each year. But the deadline, please, is the 31st of March. Too many people like to say, I didn't know, I didn't hear. And so they come in April, May, and June, when the deadline is already gone, and the panel has already selected the individuals. So I'm asking people, the deadline is 31st of March, just more than a month away. Come in, bring your area of study, and indicate that you require assistance, and you will be evaluated and assessed, and the committee, that is a standing committee is in place, will advise accordingly the cabinet as to who they would have selected for purposes of assistance to study. So that is in addition to the various scholarships that are available. We have a young lady, Mrs. Shanola Murray Gill, or another young lady, Mrs. Shelley Liebert, both at HR, who will be delighted to help you. They are the model of customer service and professionalism. So please contact either Mrs. Gill or Mrs. Liebert, and they will be delighted to assist you and to make sure that you get proper information, you get every assistance. Ladies and gentlemen, I switch quickly to agriculture just to say the Department of Agriculture, after a 2-year hiatus, is proud to announce the resumption of its open day activity, and it's slated for Thursday and Friday, March 24th to 25th, and it will be at the ETW Park. The theme, Fostering Economic Growth Through Innovation, and it will be held under the distinguished patronage of a very good man, Mr. John Ford Paris. So we're looking for all of St. Kitts Nevis and everybody else to come. I know normally we get people from as far as Statia and the U.S. Virgin Islands coming for our open day. We are back, and that will happen on the 24th and 25th at the ETW Park, Fostering Economic Growth Through Innovation. We are also announcing that from March 8th to 10th, 2022, we will be distributing seedlings to backyard farmers for free, F-R-E-E, free. So if you're a backyard farm and you want seedlings to grow your tomatoes, your peppers, your cabbage, etc., between March 8th and 10th, while supplies last, you can get them for free at the Department of Agriculture as we continue, of course, our thrust for greater food security on the island of Nevis. Two last areas I will cover, last areas. To report from our Ministry of Youth that 18 young persons have successfully completed the 7th cycle of the Yes to Success Skills Training and Diversion Program hosted by the Social Services Department. The closing ceremony would have taken place on Thursday, February 3rd at the St. Paul's Anglican School Hall. This year, all 18 were trained in areas of electricity, plumbing, hospitality, and culinary arts. And all 18 were enrolled in internships to gain practical experience and on-the-job training. Kudos to Minister Eric Evelyn and his entire team because they continue to provide alternative pathways to our youth. And this is something I think that people are looking forward to. The Culturama Secretariat invites entries to the 2022 Culturama 48 Nevis Culturama Festival Slogan Competition. And they also invite and advise that they've opened the registration for the following competitions. The senior pageants, Miss Culture Queen and Miss Culture Swimwear, and Mr. Cool, and Mr. and Miss Talented Youth Pageant, the Junior and Senior Kaiso Contest, the Soca Monarch Contest, the Junior and Senior Cultural Street Parades, the Emancipation Juve Troop, and registration forms are available at the Secretariat or online at www.culturamanevis.com. You should get your forms, etc., to the Secretariat no later than 4 p.m. on the closing date stipulated on each form. So Culturama, we are hopeful, is back, as we hope, of course, in St. Kitts we'll have Music Fest and other much sought after events back as well. Let me switch quickly to tourism, and we're very, very proud that we have, as I have announced hitherto, appointed Mr. Devon Liebert of Gingerland as the acting CEO of the Nevis Tourism Authority. He replaces Jadine Yard, who hitherto functioned in that position. We, of course, thank Ms. Yard for her efforts, and we welcome a local Nevisian, Mr. Devon Liebert, to the role. Devon has hit the ground running, and he has been in the news in a major way because we have announced that we have the 2022 edition of a Nevis Tourism Ambassador Program. And this program shares stories of Nevis from trusted voices with audiences around the world. The 2022 lineup boasts musical performer and former Spice Girl Mel B, model and actress Nikiva Stapleton, award-winning spa and luxury travel influencer Ava Roxanne Stritt, and Caribbean media expert Brian Major. Reaching diverse industries and markets, the 4 ambassadors will impart their favorite Nevis experiences from culture and history to sports, romance, and beyond. Now, just a quick word. Mel B has recently been awarded the MBE, member of the British Empire, and she was awarded that for her services to survivors of domestic abuse. Mel B started out, as we know, as one of the Spice Girls, popular pop group. She was known as Scary Spice, and she became one of the most recognizable women in the world and 1/5 of the most successful girl group of all time, the Spice Girls, who have sold some over 85 million records. They created the biggest British cultural impact on the globe since the Beatles. Melanie, of course, has gone on to do many things. I'm sure you've seen on the popular TV shows like America's Got Talent, The X Factor UK, etc. She is of rich Nevisian heritage. Her father is from Nevis, while her mother is British. Nikiva Stapleton is a proud Nevisian, raised in Chicago. That's how she describes herself. She's an actor, dancer, and model. She currently resides in Los Angeles. Her professional pursuit in dance has her across stages like the Metropolitan Opera, to Jubilee in Texas, and on TV performances from the Today Show to America's Got Talent. She has been part of iconic music videos like David Bowie's final project Black Star and Beyonce's single Spirit in the film Black is King. She's currently an ensemble member of Hulu's sketch comedy Sherman's Showcase and has had roles in BET's American Soul, Spike Lee, Chirac, Black Klansman, and Netflix series. She's Got to Have It, as well as Marlon Wayans' film Naked and NBC's action Marlon. She's also a model, and she has done work with iconic brands such as Balenciaga, Athleta, Nike, Adidas, Fila, Mac, and more. She is passionately Nivision and passionately Caribbean. We have Ava Roxanne Stritt. She has been called the most influential person in the world on spa travel and is a top authority on luxury travel. Her fans say she's responsible for transforming a regular spa day into a full wellness adventure. She believes that spa, wellness, travel, and unique experiences are not just a luxury, but essential to a healthy body, mind, and spirit. She has been featured in USA Today, Travelocity, Upscale Living magazine, just to name a few. And lastly, Mr. Brian Major, who is actually on island at the moment. He's a veteran travel journalist, media and content consultant. He's a managing editor, Digital Guides and Publications Caribbean for the New Jersey-based TravelPulse.com. He has an extensive background in travel and cruise industry journalism and public relations. His travel writing and photography have appeared in afar.com, Condé Nast Traveler.com, travelandleisure.com, and usatoday.com. And Mr. Major's grandma is from St. Kitts. So we have persons who are connected to St. Kitts and Nevis stepping forward as our tourism brand ambassadors. And knowing the Nivision public and knowing the members of the press who come to this press conference, let me say at the outset that they're not being paid. That their role as ambassadors is one that they're doing for free. They're doing this because of their love of the island of Nevis, and they wish to help us in promoting the island. And in the case of three of them, Nikiva, Melby, and Brian, their roots clearly are here. In the case of Ms. Stritt, she has been selected because she's an influencer insofar as the spa and leisure travel is concerned. Let me end, ladies and gentlemen, by just giving you some stats which I think are interesting. I always check the movement of the Oali Water Taxi facility. Why? Because I think it indicates, as it has now become our major entry point into the island of Nevis, what's happening. I would wish to just give the numbers which are total. I have them monthly, but I'll just give the totals. For 2020, we had 66,507 persons using that facility. In 2021, we had 87,192 persons using that facility. And thus far, for 2022, for the month of January, we've had 11,340 persons using the facility. Just to recap, 2020, some 66,507 persons used the facility. We increased that by 31%. By 2021, 87,192 persons used the facility. And so far for January of 2022 already, some 11,340 persons have used the facility. And to put that in context for you, in 2020, before the pandemic, January, 11,332 persons used it. By 2021, when we were in the teeth of the pandemic, that had fallen to 5,888. And now in 2022, as we re-emerge from the pandemic, we're back up to pre-pandemic levels, and we have the highest January number thus far, 11,340. I will leave it there, ladies and gentlemen. I know that I've said a lot, and now invite your questions. Thank you very much for your patience.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Monique Washington, St. Nevis officer in this paper. Starting where you finished, you're speaking about the Oali Pier. When will the second phase of this pier be completed? And the cost for PCR testing at the hospital, what will the cost be for that? Now, with the official release of the about two MSR movies, is the island of Nevis or even the local actors entitled to any royalties that will be coming from these movies in years to come? Second question, with the gas prices rising, how far off is Nevis geothermal project? I know you keep saying that you are speaking to the investors and so on and so forth, but what really is a major issue with this project, why it hasn't started as yet? Now, this past week, a friend of mine traveled to St. Martin. She had to catch a boat to St. Kitts and take a taxi to the airport in order to go to a fairly close by island.
Now, what is being done to attract regional airlines to Nevis? And with the decrease in the amount of traffic at Evans Amory International Airport, how is NASPA able to financially keep the operations of the airport going? Now, with the war going on in Russia and Ukraine, in your estimation, what will be the impact of that to the island of Nevis or even to the Federation? You listed a number of projects, ongoing projects and upcoming projects, and we know that there is an upcoming election. How many of these projects will be completed pre-election? And that's it for now.
Okay. You said I listed a number of projects and ongoing projects and projects that will be completed pre-election. I think all of the projects that I mentioned, the Butler's Road, the Bath Road, etc., are intended to be completed this year. The only project that I think will perhaps go beyond this election cycle would be the wing at the hospital. We expect that it will come to substantial completion this year, but naturally in terms of the outfitting, the equipment, etc., we anticipate that that will go into the next year. Things like the CT scan machine, which is clearly a major investment, that all will happen by May, as I indicated this year. That is the expected date. So I anticipate that what we're doing will be completed. Of course, we were elected for a 5-year term, and it has always been our position to work for all 5 years until we're ready to ring the bell and the people are asked to look at our performance and to determine whether or not it will be returned. The second phase of the Wally project is, as you have rightly pointed out, the reception area at Wally. We are about to embark on that particular phase of it because we have the plans completed, we have the costing completed. It's just a question of selecting a contractor. So we'd anticipate that that will happen quickly, and we want to get that completed as well very shortly. We do not anticipate that that will be a particularly long project because we already have a structure there that we purchased. It's just a question now of using the architectural plans to outfit that structure and to make sure that it's fit for purpose. The cost of PCR testing at our hospital, the cost is still being worked out. We would have met yesterday in Cabinet. We had a discussion on that. I believe the Honorable Hazel Brandy Williams and her team will come back to us. What I can tell you is that it will not be any more expensive, and we are asking that it be cheaper than what people are currently paying. So we know for sure it won't be more expensive. We are now working to ensure that it is cheaper than what people are currently paying. And we will have both antigen tests and PCR testing available at the Alexandra Hospital. Gas prices, geothermal, you say, what is the major issue? The short answer is money. And that has always been the issue. The project is calculated at about $60 million, I think. And the issue has always been the ability to raise that funding. We have had various companies, we have had various engagements, but that has always been the situation. And we're currently in the final stages of discussion with a particular company, which we are hopeful will yield the necessary resources that we need to finally embark on the production phase of this project, bearing in mind that the exploratory phase is already done. The production phase has really been the area where we've had most difficulty. We engage with the CDB, the Caribbean Development Bank, for what is referred to as a contingency grant, I think it's called, where they provide some resources for drilling. And if the resource is proven to be viable for purposes of the production wells, then that is converted into a loan, a low-interest loan. If not, then it's a grant. And because that's the highest risk part of the project, that is why that has been dealt with in that particular way. I'm frustrated, as I'm sure everybody else is, at the slow pace, but this has been the nature. It hasn't helped that we've had COVID, which has prevented persons from traveling, etc. But we are now settled. We are now seeking to do our best to move this particular project forward because we understand it has long-term implications for the island of Nevis and the wider Federation as well. I'm happy that you linked it to gas prices because just this morning, gas prices already hiked. The price of oil already hiked as a result of this unfortunate development between Russia and Ukraine, which threatens to drag the world into another global conflagration. In fact, I will say to you, Monique, that I am deeply troubled. As foreign ministers think it's in Nevis, we are currently discussing at the CARICOM level a joint statement that we hope to go out today to condemn this type of aggression by Russia. Whatever the reasons may be, we have to respect the global norms and the global world order. It is particularly difficult to understand that the UN Security Council was in meeting when this aggression was launched. As far as I know, Russia is a member of the UN Security Council. And so it begs the question, why convene the Security Council of which you are a member if your plan was to launch an attack at the very time that the Security Council was meeting to address this issue? It shows very scant regard for international law, very scant regard for international organizations, and I would urge the parties to act with restraint even at this stage and to pull back from what could lead to another global conflagration. We have had World War I, we've had World War II. They brought no good to this world except death and destruction. And it was sad to see that for no apparent reason, or none reason that I could understand, that we would have this type of aggression and potentially the start of another global conflict. When we view this in the context, Monique, of us now trying to work our way out of the COVID-19 pandemic and the war that the world has just endured with this killer disease, COVID, it makes it all the more difficult to understand. We are now getting back to some sense of normalcy. We are now seeing, I'm here talking about Sports Day. Tourists are coming back. We're talking about people using the water taxi pier again. And, you know, the sense is that the island and the country is getting back to some sense of normalcy. People are working again. People are earning again. And then you have now something which is completely artificial, completely, you know, created, something that I think could be avoidable if we had better diplomacy and greater efforts to engage in diplomacy. War, I can never see as being the answer. And as far as I'm aware, Ukraine posed no military threat to Russia or to any of its neighbors, so I have a difficulty understanding why we would have an attack of the nature that has been launched, and the threat now of pulling Europe, United States, and others into this conflict. So I am very concerned about it. I think that we have almost immediately seen the effects. Higher oil prices mean higher gas prices, higher electricity prices. Higher electricity prices and gas prices mean higher cost of living. That is the reality. And that is why geothermal energy and weaning ourselves off fossil fuel for energy is so important to the island. And that is why, for me, it is so frustrating that we have not yet been able to find a partner that can deliver on the promise of geothermal for us. We will, however, continue to make efforts. We have a team that has been working on this, and we are hopeful that we'll be able to come to terms. We had hoped in December of last year to sign final documentation with that company, but there were some last-minute negotiating points on which we could not agree. And as a result, my position is I prefer to have no deal than to have a bad deal for the people of Nevis. And so we said we'll have to go back, look at those numbers again, and determine what is the best way forward. Vance Amory Airport, what are we doing to attract traffic? An excellent question, Monique. We have done a lot in the past, but the poor people have not decided to use that traffic when we've attracted it. So I'm not even sure how to answer that particular question, because the airport has become a usual beating horse for some. Oh, the airport is dead. But as Minister of Tourism, which I was from 2013 until now, I have brought Tradewind Aviation to Nevis. I have brought Silver Airways, it's now called, but it used to be called, my memory is leaving me now, but it used to be called something before it was renamed Silver. That used to come. We brought this airline that comes from the Virgin Islands as well. It comes in, and in fact at one point was based here. I'm thinking something, but my Sunshine, that's right, Sunshine. They have come. Transanguilla. We have brought, Winair was here. And all of them have pulled out. And all of them have pulled out for the same reason. People aren't using them. And I have complained right here from this podium that we have Nevisians who are traveling, who have left Nevis, take the boat, take the taxi to RLB and take the same Silver Airways. Seaborne, it was called before. Memory is kicking back in. Take the same Seaborne. I have recounted publicly that we used to have a minimum revenue guarantee arrangement with Seaborne at the time. That the plane carried 34 passengers. Once it carried 10 or more, Nevis didn't have to pay anything. 10 or more. And I was on a flight from Sangwang on Seaborne, and I counted 12 people going to Nevis. The plane was going to land in St. Kitts, and then take off and come Nevis and spend the night in Nevis. And I said, praise be to God. At least for this flight, we will not have to pay anything. And when we landed in St. Kitts, 4 people, a family that was headed to Nevis, get up and start to take up their bags. And I said, we all go in the plane going to Nevis. I said, no, we're coming off down here. And somebody can pick us up and we're going to take the boat and come over. And so what should have been 12 people coming to Nevis ended up being 8, and Nevis had to pay. And so the airlines themselves started to say, listen, yes, we're prepared to come to Nevis. Yes, we're prepared to use Van Samry. But the people are refusing to fly out of Van Samry and refusing to use the facility there. So I don't know what to say. I talk to other people who say it is so seamless at Van Samry. You fewer people, so it's very easy to go to and from there. But people prefer to go to St. Kitts where there are mass people, line up for long lines and all that, pay their departure tax and all that in St. Kitts, pay the taxi in St. Kitts, and fly out of St. Kitts. And then when I ask people, because I've actually asked, they say, oh, immigration and customs in St. Kitts is easier. In Nevis, they like turn up your bag. St. Kitts, they just tell you go. Easier. And some say, oh, it's a few dollars cheaper if they fly out of St. Kitts. But I have been asking, we had a whole campaign money that we launched here, where we asked people to fly out of Nevis. I remember we did an ad which was being run on Von Radio, because all the airlines were telling us the same thing. Look at Winair. Winair was a staple here for years. And Winair pulled out, and I always credited then Premier, Mr. Parry, because Mr. Parry did what he had to do by subsidizing Winair to bring them back. Because Winair had pulled out of Nevis. And as we got in, Winair continued to have the problem of low loads. And for the life of me, I can't understand it. If you know Winair and Winair's traffic, Winair does sometimes as many as 6 and 7 flights a day from St. Martin to St. Bart's. St. Bart's airport infrastructure is far inferior to that in Nevis. Far inferior. And they're doing 7 and sometimes more flights per day to St. Bart's using the 19-seaters. And we can't get 1 flight to Nevis. So what is the explanation? It's one thing to say to the government, oh, you must do more. But what are we to do? Because I have the evidence, as I've said. We brought airlines. We brought Tradewind. We brought Seaborne. We brought Sunshine. We brought Transanguilla. And for the life of me, the airlines themselves are saying we just don't understand why Nevisians are not prepared to use the Van Samry International Airport. Because absent use, there is no purpose to the facility. So the facility really has gone into decline. And when we look at the numbers, since American Eagle left, the numbers have dropped dramatically. I think the taste, the travel of the traveling public has also changed. A lot of people tell you they prefer to take the jet and they get off in Miami. We were pushing the idea of people traveling to Puerto Rico, because from Puerto Rico, I think they had traffic from Puerto Rico to 26 destinations in the U.S. So we're saying it's an easy stop. You go to Puerto Rico, and from there you go to Orlando, you go to different places in the U.S. You can't do that from St. Kitts. So go from Nevis to Puerto Rico, see if that's an option. But people are not prepared to take that option. So if you can help me solve the problem, I think we are prepared to continue to work hard to bring traffic, bring the airline, but getting people to use it now, that's a different story. So I don't know what else the government can do, whether we're going to offer the plane ride for free and see if people take it. But at the end of the day, it's a question of Nevisians saying, do we want the airport in Nevis to survive? And if we do want it to survive, will we use it? Because that's the only way. It's like telling me, you know, you need to invest more in the hospital, and then we invest and then nobody uses the hospital. People decide to go elsewhere. So that is the difficulty. There's no issue about closing the airport. You say, how does NASPA paying? Well, the truth is that is a critical bit of infrastructure. We'll have to have it there, and we'll continue to have it there. We are in advanced negotiations now for a major project there, but I'm not yet in a position to say much to the public on that. We're hopeful that we'll be in a position to say something to you soon on that particular issue. I believe I've covered all the points. MSR and royalties, I don't know. I would think not. I would think that persons, if they are acting, they would get paid, and that would be it, that they get paid. The royalties, as far as I would understand, would go to those who own the movie itself. But again, I may be wrong. I'm not an intellectual property expert.
Okay. Going back to geothermal, you said that money has always been the issue. Now, let's say that the money cannot be raised, or it's more difficult to be raised. What happens to the geothermal project? Then will the NIA abandon it? And is there a time frame you are looking at in which money should be raised for this project?
Short answer, we will never abandon this project. It is too important, and we have to find a way. We have thus far been unable because those that we've partnered with have been unable. And that has been the real difficulty that we've faced. But we have not abandoned that. In terms of timing, I believe that the suggestion is that by April, that was the date, because the CDB has a meeting in April this year. So that is the date that we're looking at in terms of the financing to be in place for this project. So I have been very reluctant to engage with the press on this particular matter because I didn't have concrete information. And I think, as you rightly pointed out in your earlier question, I keep saying that discussions are ongoing, because that's the truth. Discussions have been ongoing. And I thought in December I would have something in my hand that I could come and announce. But regrettably, we parties disagreed on some key aspects of the negotiations. And as I said, I am not committing Nevis to anything that I think is unfavorable to the island of Nevis. And I made that very clear to the proposed developers. But we are not abandoning it at all. We think it's just too important a project for our future to be abandoned in that way.
Good morning, Mr. Premier.
Good morning.
Elke Hewlett, Department of Information. I would have noticed that from the budget discussions in December that the CBI earned over $500 million last year. That's the CBI program of St. Kitts and Nevis. And that was the reason why the federal government would have recorded a significant surplus in the middle of a pandemic. Did Nevis receive any of that windfall, or did Nevis just get the same, I think it's $3.75 million per month that it would have gotten prior to the pandemic? Also, Mr. Huey would like to, Andre Huey of SKN Newsline asked if we have any students or nationals in the Ukraine-Russia area, and do you expect to see a surge in applications from Russia for CBI? And will these applications be considered, considering the sanctions passed by the U.S. and other nations against wealthy Russians? Freedom FM has asked says that this month marks 2 years since locally based pilots have been grounded because of restrictions put in place to mitigate against the risk of COVID-19. With many countries taking decisions to abandon their restrictions as we speak, Mr. Premier, as the Senior Minister of Health and Minister with responsibility for tourism within the NIA, can you tell us about the process to ensure that these pilots are able to resume operations shortly? And that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. You seem like you work at many different media houses. Starting where you left off, the Freedom FM question about locally based pilots, the question is coming to me, but really I don't know that I'm the appropriate authority, because the issue in relation to pilots all had to do with the protocols, and that's really managed through the task force. That was the issue, and I think that the issue surrounded when they go in and out, do they have to quarantine? Are they allowed to just get into the community? I would have thought that now that the quarantine restrictions have been removed, that these issues should fall away. Because the issue, as I understood it, was whenever they landed and had to go to their homes, because they were based here, could they just leave the airport and go home? And of course, we had a quarantine provision in place, which would have been abandoned last year, December. Last year, December, once you're now fully vaxxed, and you're coming with a negative PCR test taken within 72 hours, there's no requirement for quarantine anymore. So So I think that issue went away. So I'm not myself understanding what the ongoing issue might be. But as I said, I would not be the authority. I can, however, undertake to ask some questions of the task force as to what this ongoing issue might be. Ukrainian students, we are not aware that we have any students or any citizens in Ukraine at this point. Nobody has reached out, and we are not aware that we have anybody there. We might, but we don't know, and I'm told that other Caribbean, in fact, I'm on a chat with the foreign ministers of CARICOM, and I think so far only Jamaica has said that it has students there. All the other countries are saying they either don't or they're not aware. And so I don't know. Russian applicants for CBI, I don't know what will happen there. A lot depends on what happens in the next few days and weeks, whether what we're seeing continues or whether good sense prevails and persons retreat from these hardline positions that they're taking. We will have to watch it and see. Insofar as sanctions are concerned, thus far it appears that the sanctions are quite targeted. And so specific named individuals are the ones who are being targeted. So I don't know that it means, therefore, that all Russians are being targeted. It seems to be people who are around President Putin and is in a circle, and some of the oligarchs, those seem to be the ones who are being targeted for sanctions. Insofar as the CBI proceeds, that's always a vexed question for me, because you're absolutely correct that in 2021, when the country and the world was still in the grips of this pandemic, that St. Kitts Nevis had a windfall insofar as CBI was concerned, and we would have earned north of $500 million from CBI. I can say, because it is the fact, that Nevis got no more than it always got. And so Nevis got the same amount from the proceeds of CBI in 2019, in 2020, in 2021. And that is $3.75 million per month. It is a matter that I have raised with the Honorable Prime Minister, because for me and for the island of Nevis, it is unacceptable. And I've raised that, and I've said that this cannot be how the country is going to function going forward, that out of 500, I believe the number is $588 million, Nevis got 45. So you can do the math for yourself. And so my position is, there's a lot of chatter about how much Nevis is getting, and I keep saying that is not the correct question. The correct question is not how much Nevis is getting. The correct question is, does what Nevis get represent a fair allocation of this national resource, which is a CBI industry and the proceeds from CBI? And I'm very firm about that. I say so publicly, I say so privately. I'm very firm about that the people of Nevis cannot be shortchanged in terms of a sharing on the CBI program. And when good comes, all the country must share in the good. And when bad comes, we know all the country going to share in the bad. And especially during COVID, when we were called upon to spend money we didn't have, we were called upon to borrow and beg to survive here on the island of Nevis, I think that it is especially galling that the country had a windfall. And we hear talk about surplus, and we hear talk about, things are great. But at the end of the day, the island of Nevis got not one penny more than it would have received. And so I have raised that formally, and I don't think that there's anything secret about it. Matters of governance ought to be public because you all put us here. And so I've raised that formally with the Honorable Prime Minister to say that that is unacceptable. And we hope that we will have redress on that very shortly. So thank you for raising that question, and certainly we look forward in the interests of good governance, the interest of treating all of our people as if we matter, and all of our people as if we are citizens of this country, imbued with all the rights and entitled to all the fruits of our citizenship, that we engage in a sensible way to resolve these types of thorny issues that have bedeviled us for far too long. And so that is my position, and I'm sure it's a position in which the opposition in Nevis will join hands with me, because it really matters not who is in government in Nevis. This issue predated me, this issue has continued, and this is an issue that has to be resolved. And I hope I'm clear in relation to that, because as the Premier of Nevis, I am not going to relent or resile from that position that the people of Nevis must get their fair share of benefits from these types of initiatives that are national in nature. I remind us all that when Canada imposed visa restrictions on the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, Canada never said, if you're born in St. Kitts, you have to get a visa, but if you're born in Nevis, you're okay. Canada said, Tut Mun Saman Bagay had to get a visa. I said that to say that when that difficulty arose, the entire country had to bear the burden. Well, if that is the case, how come when the money comes, that the entire country doesn't share in it equally and equitably? And if there's any division out there, and anybody living in Nevis who doesn't understand that, and any right-thinking member of the Kittitian community who doesn't understand that, then I think we have a serious problem. Because to me that is as clear as day. And I continue to maintain that position, and I will continue to maintain that position. I was of that view in opposition, I'm of that view in government. The country needs to confront the situation where resources are lopsidedly allocated, and we have to confront a situation where the people of Nevis have access on an equitable basis to the resources that flow into the country from national efforts. I didn't bring my passport with me, but I beg you to check yours. It says St. Christopher and Nevis. That's what it says, St. Christopher and Nevis. It cannot be that Nevis continues to get the crumbs from the table. We have to do better. And that is something that I am adamant about and something that I will not resile from. So thank you very much for the question.
Good morning, Devon Cornelius, 1FM. Just a few questions. Agriculture Permanent Secretary Huey Sargent earlier this month reported on talks held between him and a lady from the United States in relation to exporting products made by the agro-processing unit. What is the update on that? The Gingerland Secondary School has received a new wing dedicated for TVET purposes. What plans does the NIA have for a similar project at the Charlestown Secondary School? What is the status of the expansion works at the Alexandra Hospital? At this point, what works exactly are happening at the hospital? What is the update on talks between the NIA's legal advisor and developers for One and Only Resort? And when is the completion date for the Mondo track? And lastly, there are a number of people from Nevis who are receiving or currently receiving dialysis treatment in St. Kitts. Explain in detail what plans the NIA have for dialysis treatment for Nevis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Update on agro-processing sales to the U.S., I don't know. I have not been briefed by Mr. Sargent on those conversations, and certainly I would usually only know once there's something to report, so I would assume that those conversations are ongoing, but I will check with the Ministry of Agriculture, and I would urge you to follow up with Mr. Sargent as well to see where we are. TVET, the building has now been completed. I believe that we should have an opening ceremony that is being scheduled. I don't have the date, but the building in Gingerland has been completed now. And the project at CSS, in terms of design and all of that, is well advanced. I believe that they're at the stage now of trying to select contractors to undertake that. That will be a much bigger project, the one at CSS. In terms of plans for the TVET Center, I know that they'll be doing various things like cosmetology. I know cosmetology for sure, and there are some other areas that they were looking at there. I think technical drawing, draftsmanship, I think they call it, or technical drafts persons will be there, and they will be engaged in some technical and vocational training at that facility. So I would expect that we would hear more from the Ministry of Education as we get closer to the opening ceremony for that particular facility. Status of the Alexandra Hospital, work there is ongoing. As you know, we have 2 contractors on site. We have Evelyn's Construction and I think Wedge Pemberton Construction. Those have been the 2 contractors that have been with us. We were badly delayed, as we are all aware, because I've said so here during COVID. We were also badly delayed because we had to have some plans done for the interior layout. All of that is now finished, and the work has resumed the pace. The last update I got is that we were at the stage now where windows and the like were being ordered, to be installed. I do not know how far along we are with that. I would assume that that is being done because that was several weeks ago. And so we would expect in short order to see the facade of the building done, to see the windows installed, and what we are now engaged in, I'm told, is the interior work. So work like tiling and all of that that is being done on the inside of that building. So that is why we're thinking that we will have substantial completion this year, and thereafter we deal with the outfitting of the building. Let me segue to your last question because I think it's connected, the issue of dialysis. You're right, we do have a few patients being dialyzed on St. Kitts, and it is a burden for them because they have to obviously travel back and forth. The NIA has sought to assist insofar as travel is concerned. During the pandemic, for example, when travel was restricted, the NIA rented the boat, private charter, to take them over the 3 times a week that they needed to go over to be dialyzed. I myself have recently visited the dialysis center in St. Kitts and met and spoke to our patients who were there being dialyzed and get a sense from them directly, because what I find is there's a lot of chatter around the issue. It clearly has become a political football, unfortunately, but I like to talk to the people that are actually being impacted, not those who are out there talking, but those who are being impacted. And from my conversations with them, I didn't get a sense that they were not satisfied with the treatment that they were receiving on St. Kitts. They were getting good treatment. They've been well and professionally taken care of over in St. Kitts. And let us remember that prior to this, people had to go to St. Martin and to Anguilla. They are now going to St. Kitts, which is just next door. That, however, has not meant that we are not committed to providing dialysis treatment on Nevis itself. We have, and in fact in the new wing, we have a dialysis center that should be part of the new wing at the hospital. So all that we've been doing really is to try to get that bit of infrastructure completed so that we can install all that we have committed to install there: new surgical suites, dialysis center, new imaging center where we will have the CT scan and all of that, and I believe a significant area for rehab and for physiotherapy. Those are the 4 broad areas that come immediately to mind. We also will have some additional rooms, recovery rooms and the like, and also some stations for rest and relaxation for the nurses and the doctors, etc., which we don't currently have. So we intend and are committed to the provision of dialysis on the island of Nevis, but I want to emphasize that no one who requires dialysis at the moment is being deprived of treatment. And those who cannot afford treatment are being assisted by my government to access that treatment. And so I want to make that very clear. Dialysis is a very complicated matter. I have heard some people take to the airwaves to say, just plug in the machine. If you just plug in the machine, people will die. It's as simple as that. It is not a matter that is a very simple matter. In fact, when I traveled to Taiwan some years ago, they took us on a tour of a dialysis facility there, and I was able to see the complexities of dialysis up close. You have, for example, to have people who could treat the water. It may sound simple, but if the water treatment isn't right, people die. You have to have people who can fix the machines and make sure that the machines are in working order. Why? Because if somebody is being dialyzed and the machine were to break down, you have to have the technicians there who could handle that. You have to have specially trained nurses, which we have done, by the way, because we have exposed our nurses to training. As a matter of fact, recently there was a nurse shortage at the center in St. Kitts, and there were discussions about our nurses going over to assist. At the end of the day, I don't think it happened because I think it was a COVID-related and those nurses were able to come back on board. But we have nurses that we've trained to administer and deal with dialysis. There's also, of course, the specialist doctors that are required. There's a nephrologist that is an expert in blood. That person has to be there. St. Kitts has a nephrologist. We do not have one in Nevis at the moment. But most importantly, there's somebody called a vascular surgeon. And that vascular surgeon is the person who puts the shunts either in the neck or in the arm to allow the machine to be hooked up to do the dialysis. And currently, Sinkis doesn't have a vascular surgeon either. So patients are having to go overseas. In fact, one young man, I believe, is currently from Nevis, is currently in Trinidad, where he had to go to get that particular procedure done. We have another young man from Nevis whom the government has just approved funding for, who I believe will be going to Colombia to get that process done, because after a while the shunts start to deteriorate and you have to replace them. I say all that to say that this issue, in my view, is a complicated issue. It is not one that ought to be treated in a cavalier fashion. Because we don't have dialysis machines hooked up and operational yet in Nevis doesn't mean that the government has not been taking care of patients requiring dialysis. And what we have continued to say to our patients, please, we are willing to contribute to taking care of you if you do get end-stage renal failure. But we are praying and hoping through the work of the health promotion unit that you do not allow yourself to get there. That some of the things we're doing and promoting, checking and making sure that your health is in order, watching what you eat, doing your exercises, etc., that we can take care of each other in that way. And we adhere to the old adage of an ounce of prevention being better than a pound of cure. So when people get there, we're prepared to help, but we are hoping that people will not get there because they'll heed all the warnings and heed all the invitations that they continue to get from the government to do their part and to be a part of what we're trying to do to have a healthier society. So I segue to that because that's part of the hospital expansion project. Update on the talks with One and Only. I don't have an update, regrettably, to give you because those discussions are ongoing. Let me just be clear that the discussions are not with the One and Only. The discussions are with the developer. The One and Only is only a brand that the developer says he would like to get to manage. It's like the Four Seasons came in and managed the Four Seasons Resort, but the Four Seasons was not the developer. The Mondo track, you asked, well, when the Mondo track be finished? I am proud to say that the Mondo track has been finished for a long time. And perhaps what you wanted to ask is when the second phase, which is the stadium, will be done. And we have no plans to have that done this year because the resources aren't there to have that done this year. And so our focus has been on other things, putting those resources, for example, into the hospital wing and ensuring that we can get some of those done quickly, putting resources into the second phase at the water taxi facility to get those up and running quickly. So there is currently no plan on the books to have the second phase, which is the stadium at the Mondo track, done this year. We have added seating over there. We have added bathroom facilities over there. And in our view, what is most important was the first phase of the project where we laid a first-class track for our student athletes and our athletes in general and our people, because so many people use that facility now for exercise early in the mornings, late at evenings. And of course, we have now seen the advent of football being played because the pitch in the middle was designed to accommodate football. So we have a FIFA certified pitch in the middle. We have IWAF certified track. And that for us is what we were seeking to do, to move our young people from running on grass at the ETW park. And if it was a hot summer with no rain, they were running on dirt at the ETW park, to move them from that, to move them to running on a first-class facility at the Mondo track. So just to correct it, that the Mondo track has been finished for some years. What we now need to add is a stadium, and that is the next phase, and we will get to that when the resources permit.
Good morning, Mr. Premier, German Abel, SKN Vibes. I have a couple of questions in this first round.
So the first round?
Yes. First question has to do. First question has to do specifically with the fact that there's always been talk, time and time again, that we are giving people the opportunity to fish and learn and build and fend for themselves. But with COVID-19 and the ripple effect that it had on both economies and everywhere around the world, and we're seeing food prices and everything increasing, from the government's perspective, is there any idea or interest in maybe increasing the salaries of public servants maybe by a percentage, rather than doing the one-off 13th-month quote-unquote salary for public servants. My second question has to do with criticisms you and your representatives would have been in the federal government would have been coming in for. For example, there's quote-unquote claims of hypocrisy from the CCM members in the government. That one, you have two pieces of legislation that were passed, but they're not fully operationalized in the sense of the integrity in public life and the freedom of information. And then your representatives have also been silent on the allegations against a sitting member of your cabinet. How would you respond to those criticisms being leveled against you and your representatives within the federal government? And for now, my final question has to do with the one where you left, well, you slightly addressed, and that has to do with the sport facilities. Is there any plans to upgrade the other sports facilities outside of the Mondo track? I mean, because we're looking at sports tourism as an avenue to rebound St. Kitts and Nevis' economy, maybe a tennis facility, cricket and basketball and other such facilities. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abel. Increasing salaries for public servants, I do believe that this is a matter that is being looked at. I think that there is a committee at the federal level that has been engaged in looking at this. I do not have an update for you at this point, but I can assure you I can get one for you. It is something that we have been looking at for a while. It perhaps would have happened already were it not for COVID and the difficulties that clearly the economy was experiencing during that period. But it is something that we have been looking at, and I would anticipate would come on stream fairly quickly. You said the CCM has been subject of criticisms. I confess I must not be in the same spaces as you, because I haven't heard the CCM being involved in any of this. And I hope you're not saying that to preface your question to make it sound like it's a buzz out there. You actually heard something? Okay, I accept that you heard something then. That we haven't operationalized IPL and freedom of information. The fact is that we have been operationalized and working with the IPL in Nevis now for the past 3-4 years. I have filed my my list of assets and liabilities to the Integrity Commission in Nevis now for at least 3 years. It's operationalized in Nevis, but at the federal level, it's being on the... Oh, so you want to attack CCM for what is not being done at the federal level, but not tell us what we're doing at the island level. That's what you're saying. Well, I didn't quite understand the question. At the island level, Nevis Island Administration has operationalized, led by the CCM, has operationalized IPL now for the past 3 years. We had the Integrity Commission, their offices upstairs, Rams Complex. They have been functional. We have been filing. We have had several meetings with them. They've had several sensitization seminars. I think that has been going fairly well. In fact, this year, we discussed with them their budget, and I think all of that was sorted out for them. Freedom of information, on that one I'll take some criticism because we've passed the legislation, but not yet operationalized it. It was one of the commitments that we made. It is still something that we are committed to, but again, we were sidetracked by COVID, and we had to deal with the exigencies created by the COVID-19 pandemic, and that is the reason why we have not advanced that in Nevis. I would think at the federal level, based on the discussions that I've been privy to there, that there's also the intention to activate these bits of legislation there. In fact, I know that in St. Kitts, we have already appointed an integrity commission, headed, I believe, by a former judge, the former Justice, Madam Justice Pauletta Lance. So the infrastructure is in place. It's just a question now of deciding when do we start the filings and when do we require it. There was also some cleaning up of the legislation that they wanted to do to ensure that it aligned perfectly with what we were doing on Nevis, to ensure that, you didn't have one set of requirements over there and a different set of requirements over here. So I have no doubt of the commitment of the federal government to ensure that IPL and freedom of information become realities in terms of actually functional bits of legislation on the ground. And here in Nevis, I renew my commitment to get the freedom of information activated. I think that we have kept our commitment to have IPL functional, and it is fully functional for the past 3 years. It's functioning so good that people don't even remember that we never had it before. Allegations against a member of cabinet, I'm not so sure what the allegations are. What I will say, members of cabinet are routinely subject to allegations. I hear that I have done things that I'm not aware of. I hear that I go to places that I'm not aware of, and so I don't respond to allegations because it makes no sense. My personal mantra is to ignore the noise, and I try my best to ignore it. So, if there's something of substance involving the government, impacting the work of the government, then certainly it is something I think that we should have a view on. But if there are allegations involving an individual which may or may not impact his or her ministerial duties, then I don't think that's for me or for colleagues in CCM to get involved in. I think a lot of times we're baited. People want confusion, they want a little melee. So they ask, what do you think about this and what do you think about that? My view is that, what the song say? Drink your water and mind your business. That's a very good song. Now, sporting facilities and upgrades. The truth is that we have been upgrading sporting facilities all across the island. Mr. Abel, if you were to go to the VOJN sporting field, it is really a first-class facility. If you go to the sporting field in Brown Hill, now it is one of the best on the island. I'm quite proud of the work that has been done there. If you go to Zion, there's considerable work that has been done there. If you go to nearly all of the basketball courts around the island, they've all been resurfaced and upgraded. The one in Bath, the one in Church Ground, the one in Cherry Garden, the one over there at VOJN, I believe just by the school. We've done the one in Cotton Ground, the one in Jessups. So we have been on an ongoing effort at upgrading sporting facilities. So that's not something new. That's been something that's been going on for some time. And of course, I just reported just this morning that we're currently at the netball complex where we're upgrading that facility and creating almost a brand new facility there. We have also reported that all the facilities in Nevis will be retrofitted with lights, and those that never had lights before are now going to have lights. So for example, if you were to go up to Hard Times, where the community there plays cricket and all that on that field is going to be lit. The Zion field that was not lit before is going to be lit. And then the other fields around the island will have the lights changed to LED lights so that we could have a more energy efficient and a safer environment for the overall preservation of the Nevis environment. So, Mr. Abel, you need to spend a little more time in Nevis and drive around, and so you'll see what we're doing on the island. And take some photos, please, and give me a nice headline that sporting facilities in Nevis are getting serious attention, and that is not something new. That is something that's been going on now for some time. I'm very proud of the work that Honorable Eric Evelyn and his team have been doing. Or we've also refurbished the courts up at Hard Times as well, Rollins, just above Crony's house there. Tell me when you're coming over. I'll get somebody to give you a tour. All right? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, Mr. Premier, Jarvis Brown Van Radio. Just a couple of questions, sir. In light of the fact you would have spoken about nursing earlier, and you would have touched on stipends, etc.
Yes.
And of course, we know during the COVID-19 pandemic, the government would have regularized nurses' salaries, etc. In that regard, the simple question is that what more can be done to encourage more persons into this nursing profession? Because, as is the case with St. Kitts, Nevis also has a shortage of nurses. So that's the first question. The second question is that in terms of the MUA University in Nevis, throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, that university would have seen students going back to their homeland, so to speak. And of course, while they were here before the COVID-19 pandemic, they would have contribute to local entrepreneurs, etc. They would have persons would have leased vehicles, persons would have eaten at restaurants, etc. So the question is that what is the government or even the university doing to sort of get back those students physically on the island? And those are my questions.
Okay. Excellent questions. Thank you very much. The MUA question, I think, is really such an important question. We have seen in St. Kitts that the Ross students have come back, and we now see the activity all along the strip and in Frigate Bay as a result. You're absolutely right. These are tourists who are here for 9, 10 months out of the year, and so their contribution is immense. They rent places, they rent cars, they eat out, as you say, they go to the supermarkets, they consume, etc. So it is absolutely critical that we get the MUA students back. I'm told that they've started to come back. I have been in constant communication with the owners of MUA to determine if they can increase the pace of the students coming back, because they're coming back in a trickle. We want to see them come back in a flood. So that is where we are. I think the last time I checked, we had less than 100 students had returned, when normally we would have, I think, about 400 students here. Part of the problem, it appears, is that students have grown accustomed to being able to do their studies online. And because they can do it online, that's what they did during the pandemic. That has become sort of the new normal. And so they're asking the question, well, why should I travel and incur all that when I could stay home in my room in my mother and father's house and do my medical degree? There is, I think, very little that the government can do by way of incentivizing them to come. I'm aware that some of the universities, because I've not looked just at MUA, looked at others. Ross, for example, Ross is big enough and wealthy enough. Ross organized charter jets, flew them in, 100 plus at a time into RLB. Other schools, I'm told, are offering things like free airfare. They're offering to pay their rent for them here, just to get them to come back. So there's a lot that's going on in that space. And from what I gather, there is also fierce competition among the schools for students. So what is happening is, as one says, well, I'll offer you a free flight, another one says, well, I'll pay your rent. Another one says, well, I could tailor-make something for you so that you could do it online. You can spend more time online, so you don't have to be here. Or you only, instead of coming here for 10 months, maybe you only need to come for 2. So the COVID has set this thing on its head. I absolutely agree with you that the best case scenario for Nevis is to have those people back, and we continue to work with the owners to see how we can partner to ensure that the students come back and the students are here. Nevis, I think, is safe. COVID cases are now very, very, very minimal, and so our vaccination level is an acceptable level. We certainly hit the target set by the WHO, and so my view is that it is time for them to return, and it is time for us to have the benefits that would have been envisaged when we entered into this arrangement with MUA. And so I entirely agree with you. I think it is something that has to happen. What more can be done to encourage nurses? I think maybe personal persuasion, families talking to their children, seeing that this is a viable option for them. It's ironic that in an environment where jobs have become scarce because of COVID and because businesses would have closed or cut back because of COVID, that we are begging people to take jobs in nursing. It's one of those ironies, because it is the kind of place where you're almost guaranteed a job. Anybody going into nursing here in Nevis, once they're done, they're guaranteed a job at our hospital or in our nursing sector. So imagine that you're guaranteed a job while you're studying, you're assisted financially, and then you have a profession which I think is one of the most noble professions. All of those things are potentially available to you. So the question is, why aren't people taking up? I will, however, say to you that it is not just a Nevis problem. It is not just a Sinkis Nevis problem. It's a global problem, because even countries great like the United States and others have been poaching nurses from Jamaica and from wherever they could find them. So that's a very real concern. I am not sure what more we can do, because, as I said, we're assisting with the training financially, we're guaranteeing them a job when they're done, and we think that it's a noble profession to enter, being a nurse. I should say, lastly, that the requirements have also changed, because it used to be that you got into nursing and you did a kind of, I don't know the proper language, but I'll say internship, and you became a nurse. Now the requirements are that you must have the Bachelor of Nursing, which is a 4-year degree program. So that too has been off-putting for some young people who may not see it as if I want to spend 4 years to get a degree, but that is the new requirement. It is also, I think, that the nursing requires certain science-related subjects that some people find is a hurdle that they can't cross either. So we have all of these other niggling concerns about it. But again, I urge young people who are looking for a career, a rewarding career, to look to nursing. You get assistance with your training, and you get a guaranteed job when you're finished. And so I encourage them to do that. Are there any more questions for me?
Good morning. I am a journalist here today representing BHC Media, and you can find us on Facebook and YouTube. Question number 1. The extension work at the Alexandria Hospital began 5 years ago. As a result of poor planning and chaotic construction practices, the hospital is still not completed. The hospital will now have to be redesigned at a cost of $5 million. Then, of course, it will have to be rebuilt at the cost of $20 million. I see the minister responsible for Charlestown, and that project is not here today. So, Mr. Premier, do you take full responsibility for this failed hospital project? Question number 2. 10 years ago, your CCM administration abandoned new dialysis machines at the hospital. Today, almost 10 years after, 90 Nigerians lost their lives as a result of kidney failure. Do you take responsibility for the deaths of Nigerians who suffered from kidney failure? Question number 3. The fountain, Mount Lily, Newcastle, and the road leading up from Shaw's Road all the way up, to, which is supposed to connect to Fountain, are all in poor condition. I also took note that the minister responsible for all those bad roads in St. James is not here today. So again, Mr. Premier, do you take full responsibility? Will the government fix those bad roads in St. James before the next election? Question number 4. I contested the last election without any financial support. In fact, I was unemployed at the time with no income. I did so out of love for country and a desire for development. However, information is coming to my desk that you have hired a prospective candidate to be a community advisor in the constituency where she will contest. My question to you is, are you paying a political candidate to campaign and run for office? Is politics in Nevis now about money and winning at all costs? And my final question is, the Sir Simeon Daniel Museum opened a few days ago on Nevis. It's a beautiful facility. Did you get a chance to tour that museum as yet? And what are your thoughts on that historic project at Pinnis? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hanley. I'll start by saying that if you ever fail to make it in journalism, you can make it as a fiction writer, because you preface your first question with some fictitious information about redesign for $5 million, reconstruction for $20 million. I have no idea where you would have gotten that information or those numbers from, because they're simply fabricated. And I keep saying that, you know, these press conferences work best when we approach them with some level of seriousness. I don't mind that people want to make a political statement, but at least let it be based on fact, so that we could have a factual conversation and not have to waste time dealing with things that are fabricated and that clearly make no sense and advance us not even 1 inch insofar as the development of the island is concerned. I believe I addressed the hospital project. That question was asked by a journalist earlier, and I indicated where we are with that project. The project has been delayed, twin factors: one, COVID, and two, the fact that we had to do a redesign for the interior. Both of those are done, and the project is proceeding. We expect substantial completion on the project this year. We are engaged now with the internal aspects of the project, and we expect sometime next year to be able to inaugurate a brand new facility for the benefit of the people of Nevis. So I don't know what else I can say. I don't know where your information is coming from other than a figment of your own imagination. And so I would suggest again that that not be a part of this discussion, and we leave that for Facebook and for the usual social media shenanigans that we engage in from time to time. You said the Minister for Charleston is not here today. I am not aware that ministers have ever taken part in this press conference. This press conference is a Premier's press conference, and while ministers prior to COVID would attend, they have never taken any active part. I said the same thing in relation to the representative, the Deputy Premier, whom I assume you were alluding to, about roads in the St. James area. On the issue of roads, I think that we have done an excellent job seeking to develop the road network across Nevis. We have engaged in a number of roads all across the island. Hanley's Road, Brown Hill Road, the Island Main Road from Cotton Ground over to Cliff Dwellers. We have done the road in Shaw's Road. We have done roads up in Braziers. We have done roads in farms. We have done roads across the length and breadth of the island of Nevis. In fact, we have been criticized, saying that we're doing too many roads. We have been subject to criticism by the same opposition that now makes the claim that there are roads that need to be done. And this schizophrenic approach to politics is really difficult for me to comprehend, because it seems like some people are saying one thing, other people are saying something else. On the one hand, you're doing too many roads. That is not development. On the other hand, there are these roads to be done. Short answer, Mr. Hand, is that we are seeking to do the roads as our resources permit. We have currently in discussions to do the rest of the Island Main Road, which would take us from Cliff Dwellers over to Newcastle by the new police station and fire station. And we are hopeful that we can conclude those discussions and embark on that particular project in short order. We are currently doing Butler's Road, which is in the St. James's area, a commitment that we had made, and a road that had not been touched for well over 50 years. So we are seeking to bring development and bring better infrastructure as we go. But I don't know of any country, barring those that have vast resources, that are able to do all the roads that are necessary to be done all at once. It is a process, and we will continue to do the roads as we can and as our resources permit. We look at St. Kitts, which is far better resource than we are. St. Kitts has only now finished the repaving of the Island Main Road. So it is something that is a part of development. It is a process that we have to engage in. But I don't see the need to make this into an issue because I think that there are many people all around Nevis who complain about the condition of their road. But we understand that we must do them as we can. The people of Bath, for example, have waited long. The people of Brownhill waited a long time. So we are getting to the roads, Mr. Hanley, as we can, and I assure you that we do not engage in election gimmickry, so we'll continue to roll out our development plans during the 5-year term that the people of Nevis have given to us, and we'll continue those development plans in the next 5-year term that we're hopeful they will also give to us. You say CCM abandoned brand new dialysis units 10 years ago at the hospital. Again, I'm not sure, because I recall that 2 dialysis units were delivered on the 1st of April 2014, if memory serves me correctly. I remember it was April Fool's 2014 that we got 2 machines delivered that were ordered by the NRP at the time. Machines which, when we looked at them, should have cost roughly $30,000 each. $225,000 US was paid for those 2 machines. We're yet to understand where the rest of the money went, but we understand it was an election season, and we understand that some engaged in election gimmickry because there was no plan for dialysis by the NRP. None. No nurse trained, no nephrologist, no vascular surgeon, nobody to treat the water, nothing except 2 grossly overpriced machines. And one may want to wonder rhetorically, where the money gone? Because what should have been 65,000 US, we paid 225,000 US dollars for it. They arrived, perhaps fortuitously, perhaps by some act of fate on April Fool's. Because I believe that's exactly what the NRP had intended, was an April Fool's joke. And so what were we supposed to do with them? Plug them in and kill people? No. We decided that we would be a responsible government. Because if we are to offer dialysis to the people of Nevis, then we must be able to offer a process that was safe, a process that we could stand behind. And with nobody on the island capable of operating those machines, how could we have offered dialysis? And so we have not abandoned our patients. I laid out just now all that we have done in relation to our patients, that our patients are now being dialyzed on our sister island of St. Kitts, which is 2 miles away. They used to be dialyzed in Anguilla and St. Martin. We'd have to take a plane. Now they take a boat that the NIA helps to fund for them to go over and be dialyzed. We talk about 19 people having died. And it may surprise you, Mr. Hanley, but I am not God. It might surprise you because sometimes when I hear you all talk, I wonder if I'm intended to be God. I am not. I'm flesh and bone just like you. So the notion that somehow people have died and it's my fault, as if I gave somebody kidney disease, me, and I make sure that they're dead. I mean, you almost, it is for me sad, really. It is sad that any time there is an untimely death, before we can say condolences to the family, all this palaver start about the government killed somebody, the government this. And people who, in my view, should have sense, people who should know better, and not seek to politicize. We had a young person died the other day, very sad situation. Before anybody could say condolences, I see a lady say she's a candidate for NRP. Start to say, oh, that CCN got blood on their hands because the water supply is bad and somebody needs to investigate the water killing people. And one of our own had to correct and tell her the same water that people in that area drinking, they're drinking from Zion, come all the way down. So it can't be the water. And I'm aware that calls were made to that family, asking the family to go on radio. To do what? To politicize the death of their loved one when people are in mourning. We must stop it. We are better than that. And it continues to bother me that we go down this road every time somebody has a tragedy, somebody is grieving, oh, it's government fault, if government had do this, if government had do that. If you were to tell me that persons would have died because they could not access dialysis, then perhaps you would have an argument. But that is not the case. Because every individual, so far as I'm aware, who has perished because of end-stage renal failure has had access to dialysis and has been dialyzed. So what then is the argument? Is the argument that if they were being dialyzed in Nevis, that God's plan for them would have been different? What is the argument? So these are things to my mind, and I talk about trying to politicize health. We need to cooperate on these things, lend our collective ideas to see how we can advance the healthcare sector on the island. This constant effort to coop, to see who dead, to try to find, oh, you said 19 persons have passed. I wonder sometimes if we spare thought for the 19 families left behind. Or are we merely interested in the next headline to say that the government is at fault for people having passed? I mean, Mr. Hanley, I know you're asking the questions that are politically expedient for you to ask, but I think sometimes we ought to think about these things. Think about how we are trespassing on families' grief to try and invite them to be political about the death of a loved one. Think about these things, because I think that they're important things for us to reflect upon if we are to become a better society. You said you contested the last election without funding, without financial support. I thought you were going to say without support at all, because that was my recollection. But anyway, perhaps I digress. So you're concerned about a prospective candidate, you say, being appointed as an advisor. I'm not so sure at the connection. I think if you're referring to Ms. Latoya Jones, she was made an advisor, was it over a year ago? Over a year ago. We have an election which is in the offing, which is due by March of 2023. And if at some point Ms. Jones is selected to be a candidate by the process that the party uses to select candidates, then she's selected to be a candidate. Just as you were selected to be a candidate at some point, before you were deselected and then reselected again. So we understand that there's a process. I don't know that this hullabaloo that is, you know, people are talking about, that I'm paying somebody to campaign. The advisor is doing her work. She's assigned to advise on community matters across the island. And the fact that she lives in St. Thomas's and is clearly a part of the St. Thomas's community is really the explanation as to why you see her being very visible in that community. It is also the fact, Mr. Hanley, that the people of St. Thomas's have been without a cabinet member for a very long time. They've been without a cabinet member since 2013. So clearly, we are trying to know what is going on in that community. I wish I could stand here and tell you that the representative for St. Thomas's regularly comes to me to bring to me the concerns of the people of St. Thomas's, but she doesn't do that. She doesn't do that. The last time I met with her, I invited her to come and meet about vaccines. And that's the last time I met with her. I am not aware of any meeting where the representative has come and said, I have these concerns for my constituents. So, absent that, we thought that it was important to get somebody so that the people of St. Thomas's who are critical to the island of Nevis and the development of the island of Nevis, they are not left out. They have someone they could go to and talk to, just as other people in the community do, to say, well, listen, we have this problem or we have that problem. Ms. Jones, for example, has come and she has said, listen, the cotton ground playfield is in a dangerous situation out there with the wall. We have since gone and designed, and I can tell you that we are shortly getting the construction of that done, because she was able to come and say this is a problem. She has been able to come and say there are certain roads over there that need to be attended to, certain flooding issues that need to be attended to. Where's the area representative? Where is she? On Facebook, making noise? That is the kind of thing. So, to my mind, you know, maybe I digress, but let me digress. There's a woman in Jamaica called Lisa Hanna, a politician. And I would even be presumptuous to say my friend. And I see Lisa Hanna on her social media. You know what she's doing? With the government representative, she's in opposition, you know, in her constituency up in Ocho Rios, touring various sites saying, listen, my constituents need this done. My constituents need that done. That's what representation is about. So where is the representative from St. Thomas's, Mr. Hanley? I don't see her. I don't hear her. So absent her willingness to engage, we have decided that we want somebody who could be able to take the concerns of the persons not only of St. Thomas's but of the other areas and bring them so that we as a cabinet can look at them. And I believe that that is innovative. It is something that should be encouraged rather than discouraged. And so I leave that there. If there are concerns about Ms. Jones being a candidate, well, I believe those concerns should be addressed at such time as she's announced as a candidate. I'm not aware that she's ever been announced as a candidate for any political party. So, Simeon Daniel, you said a museum was opened. You asked if I've had a tour. The answer is no. I have not been invited to have a tour, nor have I gone on my own volition. And so I don't know, I can't speak to the quality that you spoke of. I will take your word for it that it's top quality, but I have not myself been able to attend. So I hope I've answered your questions. I believe I've touched them all. Thank you. Any further questions for me?
Mr. Premier, I think I will take up your offer, but I'm looking for, I hope when I come through customs, I wouldn't be harassed. When I take up your offer, yes, when I come through...
you come to customs when you come from Singapore?
Yeah, anything's possible. Okay, I have two quick questions. They have to do with the charts, of course. I'll start with this. Can you address, because the question may sound a little political, but can you address the strength currently of the Charleston Accord? In light of the fact that there have been, quote unquote, a lot of chatter, a lot of rumors surrounding that the Prime Minister may be looking to run for a third term. Can you clear the air on that? As well as since on Tuesday rather, since the People's Action Movement had their press conference, they would have indicated that you would be the featured speaker at the convention next month. Coming out of that, there's still more chatter that, hey, maybe CCM and PAM would look to correlate and run. Can you clear the air on that and the strength of the Charleston Accord at this point in time?
What am I clearing the air on, Mr. April? I mean, I'm not so sure. You're asking me to clear the air. PAM has said I will be their featured speaker. It's not the first time that I've spoken at the PAM convention, and I look forward to it. The PAMites have been in unity with us. They're all one family politically, and I see no issue there. As I said, I've spoken there before, so I don't know why this is newsworthy. The Charleston Accord, the strength, I think that some aspects of the Charleston Accord have worked well. Other aspects have not worked as well. One of the aspects I alluded to was the CBI and the sharing. The Charleston Accord said in no uncertain terms that it would be shared on a pro rata population basis. On that basis, Nevis should get roughly 30% or thereabouts of the CBI proceeds. If you do the math and you work out 30% of $588 million, you get a sense that Nevis is nowhere close to what the Charleston Accord mandated. The Charleston Accord also spoke to issues such as two-term limits and that. And, you know, I have heard the chatter myself, Mr. Abel. I can't speak to what the Prime Minister's intentions are, but I will say that I am committed to the principles enunciated in the Charleston Accord because that was the basis on which the CCM entered into this relationship called unity. In fact, the Charleston Accord was signed, if memory serves, right on the courthouse steps in Nevis, in Charleston, by the Honorable Vance Amory, then leader of CCM, the Honorable Sean Richards, then and now still leader of PAM, and the Honorable Timothy Sylvester Harris, still then and still the leader of PLP. So we must ask the question whether those individuals were committed to what they signed or not. I think they're honorable people, so I expect that they will be committed to what they signed. Mr. Amory is no longer there, but that mantle has been passed to me, and I am certainly committed to the principles outlined in the Charleston Accord. So I can't make it any plainer than that. Any further questions for me? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like that's it. I want to thank all of you for coming. I want to thank you for the questions, for a robust exchange, and I look forward to seeing you at the next press conference, which I hope to be able to host in another month or so. Thank you all very much, and thank you to all who tuned in and all who listened. Thank you.
You may be seated. Again, I say good afternoon. A pleasant welcome to everyone to the village of Mansion. And as we call upon Reverend Adeline Benter Muganella of the Ebenezer Estridge Moravian Church to invoke God's presence and blessings on this afternoon's proceedings. Kindly stand, please.
Let us go to God in prayer.
Almighty God, everlasting Father, we gather this afternoon for a very important function that you have sanctioned, because you are God that love your people and love to bless your people. We approach your throne of grace in the name of Jesus, giving thanks for your protection and guidance, giving thanks for your love, your grace, and your mercy, acknowledging you as El Elyon, the God Most High, the one that guards and protects and keeps us from day to day. And as we gather, Lord God, we thank you for this our Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and for our leaders and government that seek, Lord God, our well-being daily. We ask, oh Heavenly Father, that you continue to guide them with wisdom and understanding as they seek to serve your people. We also thank you, Lord God, and bless you for the nation of Venezuela, that through, Lord God, this project, the Petrocasas program, has enabled us and our people to earn and have their own homes, Lord God, houses that will become homes as families enter. And so, Lord God, we ask a special blessing upon all the families that will receive keys today, so that, Heavenly Father, they will turn these houses into homes. And we thank you that you will protect them and that your presence will hover over them, so that, Heavenly Father, this neighborhood will be a neighborhood that really grow and love you, a neighborhood that love one another and seek the well-being of each other. And so what we do this afternoon, oh God, we ask your blessing and that everything will be done decently and in order, because, Lord God, we do it in no other name but in the name of Jesus with thanksgiving. Amen.
Let us continue to stand as the national anthem will be played.
You were listening to the Premier's press conference, his monthly press conference here on WinFM 98.9. We will now redirect back to the regularly scheduled program, and right now we'll pick up with the headline news. So stay tuned and stay locked on WinFM 98.9.
But she said was going slowly, although 55%.
You found the sound. 98.9. Win FM.
We now bring you the headline